Mm. Bam, bam, bam. Woohoo! Woohoo! Okay. What do we do today? Let's wait for the Rust analyzer to finish analyzing. Okay. LDTK level. Okay, we have the level. Let me see. Block, slope, LT, slope RT, slope LB, slope RB. Okay. Those are the things that I'm not creating the colliders for right now. So that's one thing. One thing that you can work on is the level and the colliders for it. Right now I only have the colliders for the solid blocks. Yeah, also it would be really nice if I could merge those together. Yeah, so that we don't have any issues with things. And another thing is working on the jump mechanic, making sure that it works like a long jump. Right. Let's start with the jump because that's easier, I feel like. Yeah, the jump. So here's how it's going to work. Whenever we are activated, we are applying the velocity. We jump. But then there's also a continuous force. Right? So activation, power up, and like continuous effect system is what we need. Continuous effect. All right. Continuous effect is going to figure out the sides. Side with effect and also active. With side active, yes. What is wrong? Expected right angle bracket? Yeah, sure. Like that. Fury is engine here. Yeah, like that. So yeah, any side that is active with the jump effect is going to... Oh yeah, and also it should only work for a specific amount of time. Hello? So bad cop. Yeah, I feel like the active, maybe the side active is going to also contain inside of it how long has the side been active for. Because this is a pretty generic thing. Time. Side activation. We are inserting the active when it was just activated. Well, actually, no. Actually, no. Because the side is active when it is like colliding with something. And the jump power-up is going to be like active longer than that. So it's not even with active side. Because it has its own timer. The jump timer. Right? Right. So I'm going to have another component. The timer. Jump timer. Is going to have the number inside of it. And when the site has been activated, I need to have the commands that are going to insert the jump timer that starts with 0 for this side. And the continuous effect is going to also take this as mutable timer, jump timer. Okay, and then we also need the time as the resource. Size, this is mutable, okay. So we do for parent transform mute jump timer inside iterate mutable. I feel like technically it should like this is not necessary, this filter, because the jump timer is only added for those with those things. So that's going to simplify this code a little bit. Okay, now I'm going to figure out the direction, like in the same way as I'm doing here. So for parents, transform and velocity is what I need. Hello, Shadow Crushers. Hello? Hello, hello. Let me spawn myself in. Alright. I'm redoing the jump effect, so it's like continuous. We don't only jump, like, we don't only change the speed of the player, so that you, in order to control yourself in the middle of the air, we're going to make it so it works like a jetpack. So you jump and then you continue with like a jetpack, so that when you rotate, you're going to like move where you're looking. You know, that's what I'm doing right now. Okay, so we do parent velocity, linear velocity, plus equal, negative direction, multiplied by delta seconds, multiplied by some number. And I do not know what number that is. Let's start with 100 and see where we're going to go with that. Hang glider kind of thing? No, hang glider is something that allows you to not fall down very quickly, right? There is going to be a thing like that too. I think Davey had the idea of some sort of anti-gravity power-up. So like we need to make this sound look down and then we're not going to be affected by gravity. So it's like, this is more like a glider, I think, than the jump mechanic. No, it's more like a long fart. If you have seen my other game, I don't think you have seen it, right? You are kind of new to the channel. This thing is what I was working on before. If it's going to load. Alright. You have seen it? Yeah, so basically you jump up and you can continue holding so that when you while you are rotating, you completed it? Yeah, sure, of course you did. Screenshot. Is there any proof? Need to find the golden toilet? Yes, that's what you need to do. Is there a screenshot of you with the golden toilet? I don't think there is. Woohoo! Okay, it actually works. Woohoo! 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 How do I make sure that I'm rotating not this fast? I'm not new, I didn't use to talk that much earlier. Oh, really? Okay. When did you... Okay. I don't even remember then. What? Are you a programmer or... Woohoo! Woohoo! This thing kind of works, but you're a digital artist. Nice. You making games or sometimes make music? Yeah, music is nice. Digital artist means that you create art. Have I seen your art? By the way, you asked if we are going to keep the woohoo sound effect, right? And no, we are not going to keep that. but somebody needs to make a different kind of sound effect. So since you have made the music, maybe you want to create a different side effect. Your Insta is Shadow Crushers. Last time I used Instagram was like 1,000 years ago, so let me see. Do I need to log in to view your profile? How do I log in? Okay, I think I... Wait, no. I have no idea what my password for Instagram is. Forgot password? Yeah, let's click that. Okay, well, it's going to take a second because I don't know how to use Instagram. I don't use it usually. Hello? I clicked forgot password. Send login link. Instagram website is not working. Okay. I cannot restore my password. I click restore and it isn't sending me the link. Is it in spam? No, it's not in spam. Alright, I cannot log into my Instagram, okay? Sorry. I keep phone numbers of people I know as passwords. Now, I am generating a random password every time I need. There's this feature in Firefox. Whenever I need to put in a password, I generate a random one. So I don't even know the passwords myself, you know, and then they're being stored in like whatever, somewhere. I don't even know how that works. But like, it's not just numbers. The passwords are like harder to hack, I guess, this way. But in case Firefox gets hacked, 10 digits, so I think they're safe. Well, they're phone numbers, so like if I know where you're from, there are a couple of digits that are going to like be you know, like the first digit is pretty easy to like know, right? Depending on where you're from, and probably even the first 5 digits. Hello there. Or the first 4. Hello, Ray March. Okay, so yeah. I tried logging into Instagram just a moment earlier and I could not do that because I don't remember my password. I clicked reset my password and they did not send me the link. The website just like refreshed and asked for my password again. That's what they do when I ask to reset my password. Ten to 10th is 10 billion tries, yeah. You can view IDs without logging in, okay. How do I... Is there a link? How do I do that? Instagram.com slash user slash account, what? Slash Shadow Crusher? Sorry, this page isn't available. Okay. You can give me the link. Anyway, what I was doing is I was redoing my jump. Instagram.com Shadow Crusher, but that's the link that I put into this thing. And they told me... Oh, now it works. No, but the page isn't available. The link is broken. Okay. I think I need to log in to view other people's stuff. Either this, or it's because of where I'm from. You know, because I'm from Russia, and because of like the war and shit in Ukraine, a lot of things are like blocked. So I cannot even like get to Instagram without using a VPN. Well, but I'm using VPN, so like no. You're from India. Your new phone number is as unsafe as a 7-letter lowercase word. Yes, but usually 7-letter lowercase word is some word that makes sense. It's not just like random symbols. Random symbols are more safe than an actual word. Because the brute forcers, they like do the thing. Cell shall see sure. Hello, hello. Okay, whatever. Even if you choose the perfect word, it's still cheating. Yeah. So that's why I'm generating the passwords like using the browser, and then they are going to be saved inside. Like, do you know where Firefox actually saves? I think they save it in the cloud, right? So like there is a potential for the Firefox to get hacked, and all of my passwords will be leaked then, right? But I don't even know my passwords myself because I'm generating random ones every time for every website. Not the clear text passwords. All right, so I'm still kind of safe. If my Firefox password is safe, right? So like this is the only password that I need to remember. The password for me to log into Firefox. Yeah. And this one is pretty random. It's not a word. Okay, I'm doing the jump timer so that our jump is working like a jetpack. So we have this jump timer. And we do jump timer dot 0 plus equal time delta seconds. And then we also do if jump timer 0 is more than... So how long should my jump timer be? This is the magic number. Like, I think it should be for like 2 seconds maybe. What is this? Is this the screenshot of your password strength? Okay. Well, the problem with you coming up with passwords yourself is that even if your password is like really safe and hard to like guess, there are leaks that are happening, right? So whenever you register at a website and then their passwords get leaked because they store it in a non-safe way, then the same password, if you use the same password for multiple websites, it's going to like be easier to hack if one of the websites is leaked, right? So there's also that. You still need at least one master password, yeah. Okay, let's say that for 2 seconds we do this, and if the jump timer is more than 2, then I'm going to... Okay, here's the thing, right? in ECS, do you know this, Raymarch? So I have this jump timer, right? And if jump timer is more than 2 seconds, I want to get rid of jump timer. So then I need to do the commands, and using the commands, I also need the entity then, right? To know what I'm working with. I'm going to do commands, entity, side, remove, jump timer, right? That's what I need to do. But like, why don't I instead get the inside the query the entry for the jump timer that I can like remove it without using the commands? I feel like that would be a better way of doing that, because then I could also like take ownership of the jump timer. So this is like a small struct which I can like copy and do stuff, because then you always need to remove it unconditionally. Do I? No, it's like an entry API. You know, like for HashMap, there is an entry API that lets you insert something, maybe if you want to, right? But what if the same entry API would also be able to remove it? If you take it by value. Yeah, you take it by value, but then if you don't actually remove it from inside the queue, then it's going to be put back. How about that thing? You know, there is this bug right now in the game where my commands is my entry API. Not really though. Not really. Here's an example, right? I have this bug right now where here's my cube. Here's my cube. And here's the side that has the slide effect, right? This side can simultaneously be start colliding with one thing and with the other thing, which is going well, actually there's a simpler example, right? Here's my cube, here's my side, which is going to pick up the jump effect, right? But then there's also this side, and basically in one frame both of those sides are going to collide with the same jump effect. And right now it leads to this jump effect being attached to both this and that. That's because of the way I have implemented this. Instead of moving the jump effect from the power up onto the side, I am removing the jump effect from the world and then inserting a new jump effect for both of those sides, right? So there is no movement semantics anymore. And this leads to also this bug, because it's like really easy to make this bug happen now. Right? Because here's how it works. Here's how it works. Right? There is an event. I have been... Yeah. So I know that this power-up needs to go to this side, right? So I'm despawning the power-up, and I'm inserting the jump effect from that one. It seems like a skill issue. No. There is like... I feel like this is a fundamental issue. This effect is a zero size struct, right? So it is really easy for me to destroy one and create a new one, right? But what if it was actually like something big? Then like removing it from the world, and they don't have move semantics anymore. Did they have it before? You have at mute though. So then I can do at mute option and do move semantics like that. But then it's like it's like null values again also. Right? Yeah. Not good. I don't like that. I think that's the only way. Is that how you are going to code your game? Because you are going to use, unless there's a fancy wrapper query. Yeah, I feel like they could add a fancy like an entry API, right? So you can take by reference, you can take a mute reference, you can do an option at mute also, right? You can do that. So what if for this option you could actually turn this option from none into something, right? That would mean at mute optional component. Can I do that? Now I cannot. Is there a list with all of them? Maybe there is. I mean, it's just bevy ECS, right? It's not the entirety of bevy. We just need to look at the bevy ECS. I think those things are called query filters. No, query extractors, maybe? Query. Yeah, over here. With, without, world query. Let's see. Implementations. There's an implementation for at mute. There is an implementation for the regular reference and for optional world query. For phantom data. And then there's also things like added, a filter that only retains results after this specific component has been added after the last time the system was ran. So this is for change detection. A filter that detects changes actually. This thing detects change. It's a filter. It's not like an entry API. With, without. You say they don't have move semantics anymore, but does that mean that they had move semantics before? Oh, moving from Rust to ECS DSL style. Yeah. Like, I feel like when using the ECS style, I give up on a lot of things. I don't have ownership semantics anymore, which makes it very easy to make bugs. It's all about the amount of bugs you make for Kuvi. Hello, Brainoid. Brainoid, is Unreal Engine ECS based? Brainoid is working in Unreal on their game. Not really? Okay. But then it would have to be conditional. Could you even do the thing you suggested in normal Rust though? If you want to remove it in a condition. Yes, I mean that's what I'm doing. What I would have in my normal code that I write, you know, I would have this struct power up, which like is a regular power up, and it has an effect, which is an effect, right? So like this power up is going to be consumed, right, when I am colliding with it from the side. So there's also a side which has an effect which is an optional effect, right? So on my system, like collect power up is going to take side as a mutable reference to the side, and the power up is going to be consumed, right? So because I am picking this up, this is going to be removed from the world. So inside of it, I'm going to do side effect is going to be equal to power up effect, right? And it's going to be like moved from the power up into the side, replacing the current side effect. I could also check that like as like if side effect is some, then like I cannot be picking this up, right? Or something. But that's how I would write it normally, and I would have ownership semantics. Continue that? Wait, what do you mean continue that? I'm not moving effect, actually power up. No, but yeah, the power up I'm consuming, but the effect is also being moved because of that, right? Where does the condition coming in? Well, it depends on how I implement the side effect. The way we have it right now is we have a list of effects. So like every side can have multiple effects. That's how we have it right now in this ECS world, because I can attach multiple components to this, right? So I will go and do, we have side effects, and we push the power up effect here, right? Consuming the power up and moving the effect from the power up into the side. That's how it would be working right now if we don't like have these conditions even. Power up is consumed in line 132. Yeah, it's moved into this function. Yes, it is consumed, yes. So like in other some sort of system, right? Like detect power up, right? Collect whatever, I don't know. We need to iterate over like all the collisions, right? So that's what I'm doing here, right? I'm doing the collision events. So like for collision in new collisions, right? We'll have collision like 1 and collision like second, like 2 entities that have been collided, right? Although like normally I would detect like collisions and a typed thing. So like collision A is actually of type side and collision B is actually of side power up, right? So I'm going to world remove collision power up. I would actually name them then properly, right? Collision side and collision power up. So like some other system detects that we are being collided, right? I'm going to remove this so at this point we're going to potentially fail, right? Because this remove might have already happened. So over here we are going to do a flat sum power up being so if I actually succeeded to remove the power up, then we're going to do collect power up system for world get mute collision side. Over here I'm pretty sure I would be able to do it with unwrap, and the power up is like removed from the world, so I have the ownership of it now. I think that's how I would like to write it. So the optional state is the yes, because when I'm removing something from the world I take ownership of it. It's like exactly in the like in the hash map, because that's how I see the world in ECS, right? It's just like a fancy hash map from ID, which is like called entity. I also don't really like the fact that in ECS you call ID entity, because entity is not just the ID. Entity is the ID plus all the components. That's my thinking. You know, I would really like if those like ECS things would call entity ID. So yeah, when I'm removing the entity, I'm removing the entity together with all the components, right? Since ECS instructs with runtime field, there is not a lot you can do because optional part remains. I mean, there is another implementation of ECS, like it's just the implementation, right? Going to eat lunch, we'll be back, okay. I could literally just describe my entity in my ECS world and have components, which is going to be a hash map from type ID into box din any, okay? That's how I could, like, it should not, like, the API should not be different from, like, using this, like, a sort of API or from using the destructive arrays kind of API or archetype based ECS. Like it's implementation detail, I think, that allows the ECS to be a fast thing. That's why people use it, right? Yeah, I think the ECS should provide me with some move semantics, but I'm not sure. Maybe there's like something that I don't see. Obviously, I did not use ECS for a long time. Can we look at the commands again? Yes, we can. I thought you were going to use bevy ECS yourself, so I thought you were like familiar with it already. So I can spawn the new entities using commands. I can remove entities, right? How is it called? Oh, no, it's entity. I need to call entity though. So this is the like the entry API for entity, and like for the entity command, I can do remove. But this does not return me the fact, like this. I think how the commands work is they create a queue of the commands that is going to be like actually executed later. You know, it does not get executed the moment I call the remove method. This just stores it in a queue that is going to actually be applied after my system that talks to the commands thing has finished working, you know. So after this this system finished, this is where the commands are going to be consumed and applied to the game world, I think. Do you think this problem is why you are not sold on ECS? I don't know, maybe you should try it too. Maybe, I don't know, like there's a lot of people who like this, right? But I have just been using it for 5 days, I guess, so maybe that's why. Async await seems to be more consistent here. In async await, you can push the next action in that very moment by physically awaiting the command and getting the moved result. Yeah, I think there I remember GitHub bevy engine bevy. They have this issue. Async systems, right? Async systems. Where is it? I remember seeing the plan to have async systems inside Bevy. Did they close it already? Where is it? But how to create a system in that very line. Okay. Anyway, let's not talk too much about it. We need to make make the game work, right? Okay. Is there some sort of day file since the game still doesn't work? Well, I'm using this engine for the first time. This gem, the goal for this gem is to try and learn an actual engine, you know, instead of working in my custom engine. And this also uses the ECS, so I never used ECS before. I have read about it before, but I never used it actually. And it's very error prone. Feel like a lot of bugs and a lot of discoverability issues also with this approach. You use ECS in Unity. So what are your thoughts on ECS? Is ECS good or bad? And this engine, like, I feel like Unity probably is doing this in a different way, but in this engine, you hate it? All right. So I'm not the only one then, right? But, well, I mean, I'm not really hating it. There are a lot of good things about it. The good thing is the code that I have written for this gem is not really spaghetti, right? The bad thing is that I don't have a lot of checks that I have automatically when writing my spaghetti usually. So my spaghetti works more reliable than this properly like separated into different systems code. I'd probably put the entire character controller with all the colliders and all the states into one struct and do it sequentially. Yeah, that's how I do it usually. But then like your struct gets like very very big eventually, right? So you have to split things somehow, and that's where ECS helps. But then like it's like a compromise. I feel like, and I don't like compromises. You know, before Rust there was a compromise when you are like selecting the language that you're going to use. It's either going to be easy to use or it's going to be fast, you know. And I feel like with Rust we finally have gotten rid of this compromise. It's both easy to use and fast. Can we do the same with ECS versus spaghetti? There should be some middle ground, I feel like. People prefer it because it's faster, yes. I feel like the faster is the only, like, no, there are two main, like, reasons to use ECS. It's, like, the speed, which, because it's, like, runs in parallel automatically, and then it's also, like, the splitting of the systems. Very easy to split your code into different systems, right? And to work on things in parallel with a big team. But I also think it being faster will become less significant as the technology advances. The problem is that your dependencies can always nullify the Rust progress by adding option, etc. Yeah, and then also there is this problem with speed, right? So this using ECS is fast means that like systems run in parallel automatically whenever they can, and this also means that it is less predictable for me to make the physics actually like reproducible, you know. For the fighting game, for example, we are doing the replays, so I need to make sure that processing the game logic is always done like in the same way, and I can actually, it's actually is reproducible. But by parallelizing, you introduce the race condition between different systems, and in order to fix that, you need to manually write that this system needs to run after that system, right? But then once you do that, it's not really different from the sequential approach. In Unity, it's extra effective, by the way, because every script you write in Unity is derived from a class called mono behavior, and you add the scripts to game objects. Using ECS, you don't inherit mono behavior anymore, and you get crazy speeds compared to original approach. Okay. Yeah, I mean, in bevy, the system that we have is just like a function. See, it's a function. It's very lightweight. So yeah, using this approach would make it much faster than the way I'm doing things in my farting game right now. I mean, not really because of that, because I'm also just using the regular functions. Still crappy compared to what Bevy does. The Unity way. I mean, it's just the difference between the languages, right? It's just like Rust versus C#. But anyway, I don't think even like that really matters, because you don't have these scripts that you say, right? Script is like a system, I believe. And there is a limited amount of scripts. So this overhead is like not... There's not as much systems as there are entities in the game, right? So this overhead is not that big, even if it is big, I think. The biggest problem is how you query the game world. So if this thing is working fast, doing the queries, they're not even close to parallel scheduling. It's yeah, okay. Yeah, I think because they maybe cannot do it automatically like Bevy does, based on the queries, based on the components that we query here, you can like parallelize things if they can be run in parallel, right? I don't know. I never used Unity. Like I said, this is the first time I actually using an engine. Bevy is my first actual engine. Okay. ECS uses verse compiler and things become even faster. .NET bytecode is translated into native code using LLVM, but of course it's not comparable. So how are you writing code in Unreal then? You just use a regular object-oriented programming in C++? Okay. Special classes and functions. So does that mean that like in Unreal you still have like this I don't know. If you want, like how do I even say it? There must be some alternative to components, right? So that you can dynamically build your objects. And the only alternative that I see in a regular object-oriented world is having the blob pattern, where you have the big base class which can handle all the which holds all the potential features that an entity can use, right? Is that how you are writing code? But then isn't that exactly the definition of like spaghetti? Blob is considered an anti-pattern, right? Unity is also getting better ECS approach now. You're excited. Well, why do people hate spaghetti so much? Yeah, I don't know. I don't hate my spaghetti as much anymore, you know? No, I do hate my spaghetti because like it is like relatively hard to maintain, but now that I am using this ECS stuff, it feels like even though I have everything split into different systems, it's still harder to maintain this code than my spaghetti. The best games are the ones that embrace chaos. Players aren't gonna code review. Well, it makes me sad when when I have to work with my code and I don't like my code, you know? It makes me want to not write code anymore. But now that I have tried ECS, I'm happy again. Okay. What were we doing? Woohoo! Okay, so I now am flying. Whenever I jump, I'm flying. I'm also lagging. Is there a plugin for Bevy that can show me the FPS? I don't see my FPS and I feel like I'm lagging. Woohoo! 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 Okay, I think I'm going to reduce the timer to 1 second. There was a funny moment where Maddie Thorson, crazy enough Celeste, shared her C# code of the Celeste character controller. Oh yeah, I know that it is open source. ECS more of a performance optimization than an enjoyable pattern. Well, the reason I was going to try ECS was not because of the performance, but because they also like advertise it as a way to organize your code into small systems that don't like need to worry about each other, so it's supposed to be less spaghetti, you know? And that is true. That is true. Woohoo! 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 You actually have mixed feelings about a Godot's organization. They made like fake OOP. Okay, I should probably also try Godot at some point then, right? Maybe next time. I needed to do the Godot Wild Jam to learn Godot. When is the next one happening? Godot Wild Jam. Next time we try Rust with Godot. So it's going to happen in a year. Road to Unity? Wait, you're saying that Unity is better than Godot? Well, I mean, it would be useful for me to try all the different engines, right? Maybe I should try Unreal also at some point, but I feel like if using Unreal, I is going to like crash my PC all the time. Because the games made using Unreal crash my PC all the time. By Unity Jam. Wait, Jam starts in 8 days? Hold on. Hold on. What does that mean? Jam starts in 8 days? Oh, it's monthly. Oh, okay. So I can do it anytime. Okay, I will not be able to do it in 8 days, but maybe at some point. We'll see. I'm not saying any engine is better, but Unity is better. No, I'm not saying anything is better, but Genk is better, okay? We already have this confirmed by Nerdsoul. Nerdsoul said that Genk is better than bevy, okay? Okay, guys, we have been just chatting for an hour, and I have no progress on the game itself. Used Genk is what it was better than Unity? You're not going to last a day in Unity? Nerdsoul said, no Genk, no pain. That was a joke, I think. Woohoo! Woohoo! No, he said something different. Woohoo! Woohoo! Anyway, Brainoid, I don't think you have seen the game that we're working on. This is the game idea that we have. So the jam has the theme of side effects, right? And we're playing as a cube, which can have, on all the 4 sides, we can have a different side effect, right? So one of the side effects is the jump effect, which we can collect and attach to a side. And whenever we touch the ground using this side with the jump effect on it, we're going to jump. And then there's another one that is slide, and then there's more, right? We have been trying to use LGTK as the level editor. This thing, I feel this thing is something that I might use in the future, but I'm not sure yet. LDTK level editor, which allows you to like create the levels independent of the engine. Most games are made out of garbage. Unity is a mountain of garbage. I don't know. I feel like when we talk about technology, everybody's just saying that everybody else is garbage. I feel like if you are going to try Gang, you're going to say that it is garbage also, right? So, I mean, and I will not even argue with that. It is garbage. I'm not really working on it a lot. So, like, everything is garbage. You just need to pick the garbage that is the least bad garbage, right? I literally hate Gang less than Unity. Well, you didn't really write a lot of code using Gang, right? I can say it's garbage without working on it. Yeah. But then, is it... No. I feel like I don't have the rights to say something is garbage if I never tried it, you know? It's not a good thing to say. It's like, you know, I'm a programmer, and then I can say that doing art is really easy, but I never tried doing art, right? And then the artists who are actually doing the work, they're not going to agree with you, right? But as soon as you actually try to do the art yourself, Go is garbage? Well, yes, but I have tried using Go. So I have the right to say that Go is garbage, okay? You watched it enough. All right. Okay. Okay, so I have told you about the game idea. What do I need to do? What do I need to do? I was trying to change the way the jump mechanics work. So, like over here, this thing is the jump power-up, right? And I'm going to attach it to my side. So this green side now has the jump effect on it. And when I'm... woohoo! When I'm touching the ground, I'm going to jump. Woohoo! And it also works as kind of a long fart in the farting game. So... woohoo! It's an initial impact, initial impulse of me jumping, and then also some continuous force for 1 second. Woohoo! Which allows me to control the direction that I'm going to move. Woohoo! Woohoo! Impulse from well, there is no so there's only 2 buttons to play the game, left and right. There is like the like it's different from the long farting in the farting game, in the sense you don't really need to press the jump key. It's basically like you are pressing the jump key all the time. This is more like a farting game now. Yeah. Did you actually try playing with the game? I can publish this to the itch page so that you can try it, at least, and you can tell me what numbers I need to change. Also, like right now, I have these constants. I need to like figure out how to... Shadow Crushers followed me. Shadow Crushers, are you unfollowing the channel and then following it again every time? Why you do that? Yeah, I need to move the magic constants into some sort of like configuration file, so I don't need to recompile. You're back. So what does that mean? When you leave, you unfollow, and then when you're back, you follow again? Thank you for the follow, I guess. I will finish tile map today, I think. Okay. Yeah, I think you should finish the level, and then we should design and like make sure that all the constants like like I think this time we're going to make sure that the gameplay is made in such a way that your level is doable, right? You prefer one big level, right? I'm not sure how to change levels right now. I know that there is a way, but I have not tried it yet. Am I standing? Yes. I should sit down, probably. I have been standing for an hour. It is too long to be standing, right? Okay. I work while standing. I have a stand-up desk. I can stand and sit anytime I want. Sometimes I'm standing, sometimes I'm sitting. Most of the times I'm sitting. We're dropping frames because I'm calling wasm opt. I'm optimizing the WebAssembly, basically compiling, okay? I'm not really dropping frames, it's just the PC is lagging. Dropped frames is 0, literally. Okay, and we should be good now, right? HIO, kuviman, HIO, bevy GM3. Okay. Secret URL. Let me just make sure that it actually does work. It does work. Okay, I have this world inspector right now. Just ignore it. Go full screen. Here's the link. Here's how you can try the game. The game is really trash right now. Wait, did you see that? Hold on. I feel like here's another issue. So I see that the audio is lagging. Should I have made the player? Yeah. It should have been a square probably, and like the power up should not be like this maybe. Because as you can see, the bounding box for the power up is that. Do you want it to be on the ground? You can resize your entities as you want inside LDTK, I think. I'm using the actual entity size as the collider. Woohoo! 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 I feel like, you know what, Davey? I think we should... Yeah, did you see that? I am trying to pick up the slide thing, and it also only getting picked up after a second. Why is that? Why is that? Woohoo! 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 Okay. After doing nothing for an hour, what should I work on right now? Okay, I think I want for the jump to be more obvious to use, so I want to spawn some particles. You know, the farticles for the long fart. So is there a particle system for bevy? Bevy particles. A GPU particle system plugin for bevy game engine. I don't want to add another like system though. Bevy particle systems. I don't want to add another dependency because then I'm going to compile everything from scratch again. How much time do you have left for your gym? I think it's like 4 days. I'm really not very confident that I'm going to finish it. The game. It's 4 days, yeah. Change the music to the correct one. Is it not the correct one right now? It's this one. Oh, this is supposed to be the main menu music, right? 4 days, that's like 20 recompiles, right? Good luck. You got 3 days left and you feel unconfident too? Well, your game at least looks better than ours, but then we didn't really work on the hello on the graphics yet. We're close to finishing too, though. Batcop has a game. Yeah, Batcop is working on the Little Doctor gem. LDG, this one. This one. It's basically 4 days, because 3 days, 14 hours is basically 4 days, right? It's the streamer, if you know them, the Little Doctor games. Do you know a game jam like that? Like you have only one chance to compile? I don't know, why would there be such a gem? Hello Nerdzel also. This is a very small gem though. But I was thinking about participating in that too, just to support the guys, but then there's Bevy Gem, which is more useful, because I need to try out different things. So that I can call them trash with confidence, you know? Okay, where is the music? This link? Any progress today? No, we have just been talking about how bad ECS is and how we should go back to our spaghetti approach. That's the progress, you know. I mean, this is a good progress, right? Because I no longer think that spaghetti is that bad, you know. Can you do your next gem with this? React Native game engine? Yeah, JavaScript. Sounds like fun. How do I download this? Project. Download. Should I stop? Why does it not? Oh, download, mix down as WoW. I think I might have found the way in between proper ECS and our regular strat. All right. Okay. If you have like a demo project, show us. Do you actually use ECS in that? You're making it right now? Okay. Do you need me to make a cover for of this music? I mean, this was made by Shadow Crushers. I don't know. You want to... One system res mute all game state. You were kidding. Okay. The cover god. Yeah. If you want to do some music, then maybe maybe like I will go back to my farting game, right? Eventually, and we need more music for that one. Like, remember I was talking about different areas having different music, maybe, and maybe the main menu. I don't have the main menu right now, but I will need to have it at some point. Can make a cover of Kuvi's Hihihi. Yeah. We used this sound effect as the jump sound effect before. Woohoo! Right now we have changed it into this one. We need some sound effects. You want a cappella Gondo for your game? The one that is not hitting the notes, but then you can do it yourself, I'm pretty sure. Feeling hot throughout the night. A doctor, write me a prescription. I don't remember all the text, I think, I'm afraid. Shining on me the crimson lights. Still need to make an actual song out of that. Alright, do it. Is it going to download? Hello? Alright, I was going to look into the sprite. The particles, right? So is there an example of doing particles? Games. Send me a jump sound on Discord? Okay. Perfect. I think I could have generated that myself, but sure. Did you use a suffix R? Use this one? I usually think that these sound effects work better with the 8-bit music, but your music is not 8-bit. You know? And this jump sound effect should probably also be different, to be honest. Because we now have the continuous jump, right? Which goes for 1 second, like a jetpack. Okay, I mean, maybe it's better than the woohoo. But it's like, it's not consistent with the music, I think. This is not looped properly. Can you make this looped? How do I make this looped? There's a silence in the end. How do we make this project looped? Cut a bit from the end, like, but which bit? Like that? From where the silence starts? Not exactly, though, I think. Okay, I mean, this is good enough. Yeah, this is good enough for right now. If you can actually like give me the file that is like properly looped. So we're gonna have game music and we have a menu music then, right? And this is going to be game music. Davey, did you try the game yet or no? What do you think about the mechanics? I mean, obviously this does not have the collider yet. This should be like a diagonal thing, right? Maybe that's what I should work on. Still eating? We'll try later? Okay. Alright, let's do what? Let's do what? Sprite effects for the jetpack jump effect. That's one thing that I was going to work on. I didn't really see anything in the examples regarding like particles. What about if I search particles? Do I just like spawn a different entity for every particle? Is that how it's going to work? Like, it's fine. It's like going to work on the CPU then, right? Not on the GPU. Add a little border. A border to what? So this particles is going to work on CPU then, and if the rendering is done proper, keep falling of the world. Okay, I think Davey is working on the level. So I mean, okay, I can do that. Sure. Easy. Done. Okay. I have some things. Okay, this is music. Okay, music. New music. Music. New music. Done. Jump. New jump sound effect. Done. Add world border. Okay, and this is continuous jump effect. All right. Now let's work on something. Yeah, so over here, what I want to do is I want to spawn particles like every 100 milliseconds or something. I think I have seen some example. Bevy book. Getting started. Resources. Time. Yeah, over here. I can have a timer, right? Timer from seconds to repeating. Yep, that's what we need to do. Okay. Jump timer. Okay, we have the time. And I'm going to have the actual timer, which is timer from Bevy. That allows me to do things repeatedly. Afternoon, how's the game looking? Not much different from how it was looking yesterday. Are you working on your game? How's your game looking? Is there anyone who is working on the game? I think only Bad Cop is the other person who is working on the game. Okay, to create a timer with given duration and timer mode. Okay. Duration from seconds. Technically, you are working on a game too. All right. I'm not working on anything at the moment. I did 2 gems in quick succession recently and need to focus on boring life stuff at the moment. All right. What kind of game gems did you do recently? Okay, hold on. Let me count. How many gems have I been doing recently? It has been a lot. Right? You did only 2 gems, Kappa? How do I see the games like in chronological order? You did the Ukraine Winter Gem and then Mouse Gem 2. Mouse Gem 2? This one? The Infinity? Ukraine Winter Gem? This one? January 22nd, 27th, and March 10th. Alright. What did you use for your gemming? What engines are you using? Do you use Rust? You use Godot, okay. I think I did like 4 gems in December, January. Wait, you did 4 gems in December, January? Hold on, let's actually count. Let's actually count. So this all started with the getting farted on, okay? Before getting farted on, the previous one was the extreme sports, I think. There was also LGTK that I could not finish, I think. No, it was 2021. I don't think I even like did GMTK 2022. Yes. Okay, so this one was in November, or was it in October? October, yeah. Then we did Flash Dark for GitHub Game Off. This was November. This was the entire month of November. And then we did Sea of Friends, I think, for the Honors Gem in December. Then we did Tiring Golf in the end of December. Then there was Ludum Dare 51. I don't even list it over here. When we did the multiplayer jigsaw puzzle. That was in January, and then in February we did Kutzmania. I think that's all of them. How many is that? Okay. But from all of the gems, this gem is the hardest one because I'm using a new engine, a new paradigm of programming, which is ECS. So I don't really feel confident in like whether we are going to actually finish the gem or not with a like finished game. Yeah, and also I have been working on like this, the Getting Farted On. This one was made in the October, right? And this one I'm trying to turn into a full game. When does this one end? We have 4 more days. Or 5, I don't even remember. 4 or 5. 4 days, 4 hours, 58 minutes. Yeah, it's been slow. Also, we have been talking a lot on streams. So like, I've been streaming for 1.5 hours, and we don't have any progress today. Really. We just complain about how hard is it to use this engine. That's what we do. Duration from seconds. And timer mode. Repeating. Okay. So I'm going to spawn like 10 particles a second, right? And over here, our continuous effect. I'm going to remove jump timer, and I'm going... Oh yeah, the jump timer is going to be removed, which means that this timer is also going to be removed, right? Yes, alright. Jump timer. Timer. I feel like I need to figure out what is there in the timer. Timer. Oh, from seconds. From seconds. 0.1 repeating. Okay, that is better. Finish. Returns true if the timer has reached its duration seen at least once. Just finished. Returns true only on the tick. Yes. Elapsed. Returns the time elapsed on the timer. Guarantees to be between 0 and duration. Okay. Can I see elapsed from the very, like, beginning? And I need to tick. Advance the timer by delta seconds, right? Bevy. Book. Do I need to advance the timer myself? Timer tick. Yes, so I need to tick this myself. All right. Timer tick. Duration is time delta. Oops. And if it has just finished, then we spawn a particle. Commence, spawn, particle. Okay. So what is the particle? We need to do sprite bundle, I think. Sprite bundle. Texture. Asset. Server. Load. Particle. Jump. Particle. PNG. Okay, can I do that? So I load the sprite bundle. How do I make sure that I despawn it sometimes? I need to do another component, right? Particle component. And I have a timer from seconds. All right. And this timer is going to do once. So the particle is going to leave for how much? Let's say the particle is going to leave for 1 second also. So I'm going to need a component that is particle, and particle has a timer in it. Sprite bundle, but it also needs to have velocity, right? Velocity, linear velocity is going to be equal to current velocity, linear velocity, plus direction times 5. I don't know, maybe. Transponding a texture particle that is going to move at the same as the parent, but like also like to the side. All right. And then the system that is going to despawn the particles. Despawn particle. Okay, particle system is going to be particles is going to be query mutable particle component and entity so that I could despawn it. This is the query. I also need the time resource. So I do for ID, entity, and particle in particles mute. If particle timer tick time elapsed finished, then commands entity remove. I mean despawn, right? Jib mir recte. Hello. Okay, so for the particles, I'm just going to update them, and if the timer has finished, then I'm going to despawn the particle. That's it. Godot. Okay, wait, Bad Cop, you did say that Gang is better than Unity, but how do you compare it to Godot? You cannot redeem hello?
Hi?
I think it's because you have redeemed it already. Godot is obviously better, come on. No way. Maybe it's because you have redeemed it already. You can redeem it only once per stream, right? What does it say? Okay, now we need to register the system. Yeah, only once. I know that some people like to leave the stream and then go back and then say hello every time. Some people even unfollow and then follow when they come back, you know. But you're really only supposed to say hello once per stream, you know. You have this? Alright. Outplayed. Alright, I think yes, we could not load the jump particle. And this is a warning, not an error. Very nice of Bevy. Okay. Paint. It's paint time. Image resize. Okay, there you go. This is the jump particle PNG. Let's see. It's probably going to be huge and I need to like transform it. Oh wait, actually, you know what? It's probably going to be located in at an incorrect position. Wait, is it? I think it's at 0, 0 right now. I don't see any particles. Yet? Yeah, no warnings. Okay. So the problem is that the transform here needs to be the same as the parent transform, right? Or wait, should it be actually my transform? My transform, the side global transform. I think this transform should be equal to the global transform. No, not really, not really. Should be equal to the parent transform. Should it? Parent transform translation, I mean. No. Hold on. It shall be global transform translation. Transform from translation of global transform. Okay, let's see. Maybe I should also not add the velocity for now. So it should not be moving the particles. I don't see the particles. So, okay, we have this problem once again. I have spawned something that it's supposed to be rendered. And what did I do wrong? I have no idea, right? So, yeah, the same problem again. What is wrong with this? Is sprite bundle not enough for me to render something? Or is my transformation wrong? Why don't I see it on the screen? Okay, hold on. Actually, hold on. We have the inspector, right? Yeah, we have the inspector, so I can see those particles. Oh, but then I can't really do that because I am also despawning them, right? So I need to like disable the particle system. They can only spawn them, but never despawn. Right? We have this thing. Let's see. Am I? Yeah, I am spawning particles. Oh, they are despawning immediately. See, they are despawning immediately. But they are only supposed to be despawning after a second. So why is that? Finished? So the timer has already finished? So I despawn them immediately? What? But I am supposed to have this timer for at least 1 second. Okay, let's never despawn the particles. Yeah, see, the particles are there. So why don't I... Oh, what is wrong with this system then? I'm spawning the particle with a timer that is supposed to be... to have the duration of 1 second, right? The timer is only needs to go once. But for some reason... Oh wait, I'm ticking by time elapsed. It's yeah, that's the problem. We need to tick by time delta. Yeah, tick by delta, not by elapsed. Okay, then let's bring back the velocity, and then let's also query the entity sprite, I think. Because I think we have this timer, particle 0 elapsed seconds. Can I get the duration? Yes, I can. Okay, so elapsed seconds divided by duration seconds. This is going to be the alpha, the opacity. the opacity is going to be equal to 1 minus this, right? So sprite color alpha is going to be equal to opacity, right? So the particles are going to like slowly fade out, right? Literally recreating the farting game right now. 14 GA for the baby Pog? I don't think it's Pog. Okay, let's see. The particles are not moving for some reason. I also need to like scale them appropriately. Well, I guess maybe I should not even scale them because we're doing the pixel stuff, right? So image resize. So it's like 16 by 16 because 16 by 16 is exactly one. It's exactly one tile, right? So if we're working with pixel art, we should have all the pixels of the same size. So I just do this, and it's going to be like more in line with what we have in the level. Okay. All right, this works. Velocity doesn't work. Okay, so why does not velocity work? This is because of the bevy repair, right? I need to understand what components, once again, I need to have for the thing to be moving. Do I need to have a rigid body? I have no idea why it does not work. It's probably because it should have kinematic velocity based. But it's not a rigid body, right? Rigid body is something that has collisions. I feel like there is only really one way to understand this. I need to take a look at the system that modifies my positions, right? And see what what we actually need. Because this should not have a collider, right? It's just a sprite. There is a movement system that is inside inside bevy repair. Where is the movement system? Systems. Movement. I think this system. Update character control. System responsible for player character controller translation to the underlying collider. What? No. Is that really what a step simulation? How can I have just a moving body? It's just a guess. I have no idea. You know, I can as well just like write my own system that moves. Okay, let's try a rigid body disabled. Indicates that whether or not the rigid body is disabled explicitly by the user. The problem is it's not a rigid body, right? It's a particle. I feel like this only works with colliders, right? Maybe not. Hmm. Use this component to control and or read the velocity of the dynamic or kinematic rigid body. Okay, yeah, see, it's only for rigid bodies. Just depending, like if I read this documentation, it says of rigid bodies, right? So like technically this sprite, the particle system should be working differently. But let's do rigid body, kinematic. Velocity based. Am I going to be colliding with my particles now, though, is the problem. Maybe not, because I did not add the collider. Okay, it works. It kind of works. Alright. Let's see. Parent velocity, linear velocity plus direction times 5. Maybe we do direction times what? Times 100 here. Times 50. Okay, is this good? Not really. Just need to watch you for 100 more streams and I will have 5 million points. Alright. What would you use those 5 million points on? I feel like I'm just rotating a little too fast right now, you know? So how about the character, like, rotation? Okay. Change your plans, obviously. Yes, but what would you change the plans 2. When you would be able to complete the project and submit it? I mean, we can submit an unfinished project. It's not really a big deal. But we should do it in 4 days. This gem, this is what we're doing. We have 4 days, 4 hours left. There is already 2 submissions. Let's see. Let's see what other people have been making. Full screen doesn't work. 3 seconds. Gain. Unblock. Unblock. Block. Unblock. Oh, I see. We need to unblock. So that then we can click. Oh, see, Davey? Davey, you see, this is a clicker game. You need to click. You need to click. Why didn't we make a clicker game? This would be so much easier than doing a physics. I feel like the issue is that we decided to go with a physics-based game. And it's usually a hard thing to do, right? Like, independently of the engine. How is this related to side effects? I don't know, but it probably is. I mean, those are side effects, right, that we're clicking on. I'm not really sure what is the explanation for this game. Let's abandon this game and make a clicker game, Kappa. Yeah, I feel like the problem is we decided to go with too ambitious idea, Davey. But I mean, let's try finish it. Let's try finish it. Whatever. This game looks a bit dull. I mean, that's fine. That's fine. I think a lot of people who are going to participate in this game jam is people who are learning also, just like we are. You know, this new engine. So I mean, our game look is very bad right now. Also, you know, like, do you think this is a good game? No, it's not. So we're going to try our best to turn it into a good game, but I didn't think about Bevy not having a native physics system support. Your game is actually a game, though. No, it's not yet. It like, not yet. It's going to be an actual game, hopefully. But it's not there yet. But I think a lot of people who are going to participate in the same jam are also people who are learning. So the goal of all the peoples who are participating is to learn the jam, the engine, I think. To have a little bit of practice. The goal is not to create a game that is actually a game, alright? If we end up submitting an unfinished project, that's fine. Particles are working. Yeah, they kind of are. So here's what I would like to have for the sound effect too, right? The sound effect should have this like continuous thing going for 1 second until the particles stop. So this is when I stop applying the force to the player. Like the jetpack stops working basically, right? But then also I'm not really sure if we're going to change it from 1 second to be in a different kind of timer or no, right? Right now it's really hard to control myself. Feels like a 4D game again, and I don't really want it to be a very hard game. So my idea is that I think for our player, the rotation system, player rotation system, it's somewhere. Player rotation control system, yeah, over here. Our maximum, our target angular velocity is like 360 a second. So let's at least make it twice as slow. I called it from one stream, and this was going to end up 40. I called it. Yeah. It's not my fault. All right, we blame Davey for it because it's Davey's idea, right, Davey? I was telling you, Davey, that we should do a clicker game. It's a Davian game. Yeah, exactly. All right. I also think that the issue with the controls right now is that when we are in the air and then when I'm not pressing any button, I want you to stop rotating maybe. But maybe that's because the acceleration is also too fast. Let's just try changing some numbers. 360 divided by 2 is 180. Yeah, exactly. It's going to be 180 per second, the maximum speed. So there's like two things that we need to control here. The maximum speed, or the maximum rotation speed, and the maximum acceleration. Rotational. See, I'm now moving much, much slower, right? That's because we have changed the velocity. Okay, it actually is much easier to control myself now, yes. It actually is. You think, Davey, that I am jumping too far, too high up? What should be my jump, my jump height? It should be enough for me to jump here, right? So, I mean, it actually did work perfectly. I think this makes the game much, much easier now. Now that we have just... See, by the way, the slide on the walls actually works. That's cool. Can you put all the constant in the inspector so you can tweak it yourself? Yeah, let's do that actually. Let's do that. Let's try doing that. How do I do that though? That's the issue, that's the thing, right? I think I need to create a global resource called constants, right? So that all of my systems are going to use that resource. Right? And that thing is going to be loaded from a JSON file initially. So you tweak it in the inspector, but then you need to remember to like put them back into the JSON file, unless there is a way for the inspector to save it. Or maybe, well, wait, maybe I actually do it myself, right? Because I can detect if the resource has changed and like create another secret link to try the game. Is the old one not working? It's an old build. The new like the change of speed is not there yet. It's not updating automatically. I'm working on my PC right now, right? I can update it manually. I need to upload it if you want. Also going to like publish the debug build, which is going to be faster. Okay, just publish. Reduce the jump height a bit. We're going. Okay, here's what we're going to do right now. We are going to make it so that you can control the jump height and all the constants yourself, because we have this inspector, right? you will be able to reduce the jump height yourself, and then you are going to tell me what should the jump height be. Anyway, the new build is there right now. You can try the new build from the code that I currently have. Publishing, just publish debug build by default. All right. This is me changed rotation control constants, rotation to be slower, and this is particles, right? Jump particles. Okay, and then we're going to work on making this all right. Do I just make one global JSON file, config JSON, just like I usually do, right? All right, let's try. Let's try. Hello, Arya. Derive a resource. Direct. Config. How goes? Oh, slowly, very slowly. Config. Okay. So all the magical constants are going to be here. Engine slowing you down instead of speeding you up. Yes, exactly. Mortal Land, hello. Speeding you up, yes. So I was talking about this before. I can like repeat what are my thoughts currently. The ECS makes it really easy to create a bug in your program. The ECS approach, because of its dynamic nature. It's like I started coding with Python, and Python was like really easy to like make some change, right? But then when you make this change, something is probably going to break. And this is exactly how writing ECS code feels like, you know? Because it's too dynamic. I don't have any guarantees from Rust programming language anymore. Slide is glitching? Yes, I know. We need to fix that too. So that's what that's why slide is glitching right now, because of the like, because I create the sound effect twice, and it's just because how it works. It's too easy to make this this bugs where slide is glitching, for example. Or there's also like, I don't know if you have reproduced this bug yet, but it's possible to put as this like power up into two sides at the same time. It's like, yeah, you can have two sides with a jump power up, even although there's only one jump power up in the on the level right now. I never thought about it that way, but you're right. It's completely circumvent some statical shit. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, and but there's like the other way, right? Usually I write my spaghetti code, and the problem is that it is too spaghetti, right? But then my spaghetti code at least has this static analysis working, so I'm still very confident in the fact that my game is not going to break because of all that static analysis that we have, right? I'm still very confident that my game is going to work. So but then it's spaghetti, so like it's bad also, right? But it still is better than this proper like separation into systems, because it's easier, it's faster for me to iterate, because I'm more confident in the fact that my game is going to work properly. So the current thoughts is that we need to get rid of this compromise, like either this or that. There should be some system that allows us to have both static analysis and good composition of things. Yeah, and how exactly, what exactly is that system? I don't know yet, but I feel like it, like somebody can come up with it. Maybe I can come up with it if I like think about it for a lot of time. You'll probably need a lot of unit tests for this structure to work well. Yeah, exactly. I've actually seen this on Reddit, just like I think yesterday or something, on the Rust game dev subreddit. There has been, or is it not, was it not on Reddit? No, I have seen this article, which is like test-driven development for bevy game engine. TDD bevy engine. Okay, you know what test-driven development is? I don't see the article anymore, but basically, it's shit. Yeah, so that's what I heard, right? So the thing is, instead of having this, so in order to not make a bug, because you don't have the static analysis tools, right? You need to still have some system to make sure that your code doesn't break, right? So you, instead of having the static analysis, you have runtime analysis in form of tests, basically, to make sure that your code works, which is like you start by, instead of writing the function signature that allows you to have static guarantees, you write a test that needs to like pass, so for you to make sure that the game works the way you want it to work, right? So you need to write a test, but then it's like, I don't think it's humanly possible to write tests for every combination of systems because of the dynamic nature of ECS still. So I'm not sure if that's going to work anyway. It's actually okay, but only in cases where unit tests are applicable, which most software isn't. Well, yeah. Maybe you should be writing integration tests instead of doing unit tests, right? But can test-driven development be done using integration tests only instead of doing unit tests? Anyway, it's just not practical, especially like when we're working on like games, we are like trying to explore stuff, right? And we cannot really write the test before we like figure out how exactly our game mechanics should be working, right? But once we figured out the game mechanics, then we can write the test to make sure that it's never going to break. So it doesn't really help in this like beginning phase anyway. Is there a way to create a dependency between systems? Yes, you can add system. So like we can do update camera like before update player input, right? The systems, they form like a directed acyclic graph here. React composes nicely and has static analysis. I don't know. Works well with a scene graph approach like Godot too. Well, I never tried Godot. I never tried React. Okay, so I don't know what you're talking about really. There should be a system to activate and deactivate effects. The slide is sticking to stuff, and jump is hitting the wall, and it's boosting us. This makes the game unbeatable and annoying. Okay. Davey, what do you think about that one? Godot Jam when? Godot Jam happens every month, so maybe we actually try that, because there is a Godot Jam every month. Maybe next month or maybe sometime. The closest one is going to happen like in 6 days or something. The slide effect will only work on certain walls, so don't worry. Oh yeah, okay. So we also need to make sure that only certain walls have the slide effect working. Okay. LG Gem in 22 days. Yes. Ludum Dare. By the way, did you know that the Ludum Dare website has gotten rid of all the spam on the main page? There is no spam anymore. Wait, is this spam? No, it's free game themes now. Okay. This looks like a spam to me for some reason. Not all spam. No spam in the comments, I think. I saw the my POV's post. I think the way he removed spam is like kind of hacky. So it's working right now, and it's going to probably, the website is probably going to be spammed again relatively soon. I feel like what is going to happen. The maintainer is waking up from hibernate to prep for new LD. Yeah, because it's like 22 days. At least he tried something. Yeah, that's at least. What was I doing? I was moving everything into the config file. Yes. So we need to make sure where do we have the magic constants. So where do I have the magic constants? One of them is the player controller, right? Player rotation control. We're going to have the config, which is going to be a resource config, right? Okay, so over here we do 2p multiplied by config player rotation speed. He can ask for help. We can help moderate for free. Yes. That idea was there always, and I don't know. I feel like everybody suggested help multiple times, and it has been, all of them had been ignored, or maybe he didn't see the posts. I'm not really sure how it's working. So the config will have player rotation speed, which I'm going to convert into radians. Is there a method called radians? I don't remember. Degrees into radians. I think it's in the std library, right? Radians. To radians. Convert degrees to radians. Okay. Okay, and then we have this. Config player rotation acceleration to radians. Okay, so how do I make sure that this thing is working on the inspector? Bevy the inspector. GUI. This is what I'm using. For displaying reflect values. Is it so? Do I need to derive reflect or something? Reflect. Not for the player, right? For the config. I also need to load it from JSON file and insert it into the system as a resource. Is there an example? I feel like I need an example. Bevy loading config. Create config files for entity. No, for the entities, like for the resource. Can I have a resource? Why am I loading settings? You playtest your game? Alright. Put a link. You made the web build or no? Did you try making a web build? Did you confirm that it's not working? It's not ready yet? Alright. How do I playtest your game is if the build is not ready yet? Okay, you know what? I think I feel like I should ask people in Bevy engine Discord. Should I ask in the gem or should I ask in the help? Help. Pause repair physics. It doesn't have shadows and everything is tinted green. The web build? Okay. I'm not even sure how do I ask this. What do I want? I want my configuration to be in a file, right? So I can insert a resource if I parse it from a file, but the problem is like I cannot use stdfs module because it's not going to work on the web, right? So I cannot just parse things normally. So can I do... Yeah, you got to the load JSON from file part. Wait, is that... You came up with a name for the game? Link Cider? Alright. I got stuck on that last time you tried and quit? Okay. Isn't that like exactly the same as loading assets though? So should it be on the startup system? Inside the setup, I'm going to load the configuration, asset server, load, folder, load untyped, add loader. I can add a loader, provide the asset loader for the server. Bevy load config file. Bevy settings. The goal of this project is to store settings in a resource. Maybe this one. The goal of this project is to store settings in a resource throughout game launches. No, this is like the settings, like the master volume and custom control. Alright. No, Linksider is a good name. Is it a reference to the Insider or something? Insider game? Is there such a thing? Side linker? Side linker makes more sense from like the English sentence perspective, but a Linksider sounds cooler, I think. I think I want this one. I want to know how this is implemented because I'm going to implement it in a similar fashion. How do I go to their GitHub. All right, source. Okay, here's how we do it. No, they are doing the STDFS, so it's not going to. This plugin is not going to work on the web. I mean, we can make a game that only works natively, but I feel like it's not very good, right? Side-sider. We can call the game side effects, you know. There's always that possibility. Every time there is an LD like with a theme called Harvest, for example, how many games are there that are literally called Harvest? I can also keep the name Bevy Gem 3, right? Now, I think Link Cider is the best one we have right now out of all the suggestions. Link Effector is... no, I don't like that. Maybe we need to add the loader. Bevy assets. Bevy asset. Bevy loading asset into resource. Okay, you know what? You know what? What are the default loaders that we have, by the way? Bevy load JSON. Maybe that's what we need. How to load JSON asset into string. The way to do it is a custom asset loader. There are some published packages that we can use some inspiration from. Helpers. It seems like such an like a thing that you would want for every game, right? Because you don't really want to hard code your configuration, right? So why don't they have this? Or maybe we just don't see it. I don't even see this inside the helpers. Create entity templates with simple config file. A handle-based API for ordering systems. Easily implement a loading state. The text. I think it's like Bevy Proto. That's what I need. Create entity templates with a simple config file. It's just we're not going to create an entity, we're going to create a resource, right? But it's really the same thing, maybe. Hello there. How are you doing? Let's see, Bevy Proto. Create an entity from Bevy with simple config file. Features define entities easily with config files. Player, components, this and that. Well, it actually is good for entities, but But okay, there's also a disclaimer. Whatever. For prototypes that need access to assets, you can get access in one of two ways. The first is to loading asset. Okay, you know what? The easiest way to do this is by doing include stir, right? Right? Maybe that's what we do. Commands add resource config a default. Okay, that's what we do. Config, and we do implement default for config. It's going to be 30 JSON from string. Do I need to add? Okay, cargo add 30 JSON. I hope that does not mean that I will need to recompile some shit, right? From string include string config JSON. All right, unwrap. That's what we do. Deserialize 30 rate is, I mean, I'm just going to do cargo add 32. Then cargo run. No way. Why am I scanning so many? Oh, no. Okay, fine. Could not read. Deserialize 30. Deserialize. Okay, and this config file is going to be inside the source of the game. Okay, fine. That's how we do it. Whatever. It doesn't really matter, right? We want to finish the game. Rotation speed. What was it? It was 180 degrees. And player rotation acceleration is 360, I think is how we had it before. Now the question is that, am I going to be able to like modify this inside the inspector? So here's the idea, right? We are going to have the inspector where we can inspect its configuration, and we can change the values on it using the inspector. And then you just need to tell me what numbers should I change these things to, right? That's how we are going to work, I think. New glitch found? Yay, hooray. New glitch. I like new glitches. Resources. There's no configuration. Shit. Where is my configuration? I cannot even move because my resource is not spawned, I think. Did I not include the default configuration as a resource? So it should be there. Let's debug. I mean, it is there, right? It is there. Why do I not see it? And why is my game not working now? When you collected the jump effect, the jump was added to two sides of the square circle. Yes, I told you that this bug exists. It's not really new. I know that it is there. The config is loaded, right? But it's not there in the game world for some reason. So what does that mean? Insert resource is thing that is not working. Insert resource. That is a resource. Pushes a command to the queue for inserting a resource in the world with a specific value. Okay. Why is my resource not low yet? Can anyone explain that? The resource has been inserted into the game world, so it should be there. But it's not there. Is it because I'm doing it dynamically? I did it in the setup, insert resource config default, right? I should instead insert it into the app directly here because that's what I can do, right? I can insert resource directly to the app. Is that how it's going to work? So inserting the resource from a command does not work? For whatever reason? I feel like I should be writing down all the issues that I have. No, it's still not working. Okay. I feel like I should be writing down so that I can like write a long post with me having problems. I inserted the resource. Why is the resource not there? Okay, let's figure out what is wrong. Why is it not displayed as a resource inside the inspector? Wait, maybe it is there, but it's just like the number is wrong. Let's make sure of that. Info config. Can I do that? Yeah, actually it is there. All right. So just not in the inspector for some reason. Okay. All right. And why am I not moving anymore? This feels like a bug. And I want it to be in the inspector. Okay, how do I make sure that it is inside the inspector? I think I need to like register it or something. I think. Register type. Register type. Register the type in the type registry resource. I didn't reflect data. I specified in the reflect derive. Okay. Yeah, I think this is what I need. Register the config type, right? Let's see. Oh, it was, yes, it was not 360 before. Yeah, the acceleration is too slow. That's the problem. But still, I don't see the configuration. Bevy inspector. Okay, into derive. Display a single resource in window. Yeah, maybe this is what I want. Init resource. Wait, init resource. That's what I need. A resource inspector plugin won't initialize the resource. What? World inspector. No, I want world inspector, I think. Single resource in the window. Resource inspector plugin for time. Resources also works with built-in resources as long as they are reflect. They do register type and they do init resource. What is init resource? I did insert resource. What is init resource? Initialize a resource with standard values by adding it to the world. If the resource already exists, nothing happens. The resource must implement the from world trait. If the default trait is implemented, the from world trait will use the default method to initialize the resource. Okay. All right. So this is like lazy initialization, right? Because we already implement the default, instead of inserting it, we can just initialize a resource of type config. So this is literally the same thing though, right? But why do I not see the resource in my thing there? Bing, 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 bing. Inspector options are completely optional. Okay, well, let's add plugin, resource inspector plugin for configuration. Let's do that. It's going to We're going to have a separate window just for the configuration then, right? Bam, 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 bam. How long are you going to take for to compile? Really? A minute? 40 seconds? Okay, well, configuration is actually being loaded, and you can modify the value to anything you want. 1000. 1000 is not enough. 3000. 3000 is enough. See? Okay, we can now configure our configuration so that, like, yeah. I really expected it to be inside the resources here of the world because that's where it belongs. It's literally a resource, right? Okay. You can hide the world inspector if you want. And have your config like that, right? And let's put more things into the configuration. What else do we need to... I guess the slide and the thing, right? Okay, side power-ups, side effects. Okay, jump effect over here. Over here, this is going to have a config, a resource config. Okay, we have over here 50. This is particle velocity config, jump effect, particle velocity. Particle velocity, okay. Let's do this. Let's actually have a separate file config rs where I'm going to have the config. So config, we register and we initialize that resource. That's, I mean, we just as well, we might as well just use it, right? Import config. Yeah, okay. Config is going to have jump effect, which is going to be jump effect config. Can I have like these things be nested? Jump effect config, particle velocity. So we're going to have jump effect, particle velocity 50. That's what I had it set to. That's a very nice error message. Trade bound for A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O. Why did they not set up the entire alphabet? It's because I did not load the config, right? Right. Do 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 pim pim. Okay, and this is going to be config jump effect immediate val. I mean impulse. Let's call this impulse, even though it's not really an impulse. Impulse. Impulse 200. Particle velocity, let's take it, make it negative. Yeah, it actually works. Okay, impulse 200. And we also are going to have force, plate rotation, acceleration. This is going to be 3000. Okay. Force. Force is something that we apply. Continuous effect. No, this is actually force. The impulse. Okay, so this means that the force is 200, but the impulse is something else. Impulse is 100 right now. So we are going to have the config resource here too. Config jump effect impulse. Okay. All right, and then for the slide, config resource config. This is going to be 10. 10 is config slide effect stick force. So this is the force that makes you like attached to the surface. Stick force 10. This is going to be slide effect stick force, and then move force is going to be 500. Config slide effect move force. Slide effect is going to be slide effect config. Okay. I think this is all we need. Now we can configure everything using the inspector. I think everything we need. If I forget something, to move something into the config, then you tell me. And everything that's going to be new, I'm going to have in the config immediately. So why is my stuff being compiled for so long? It's because I'm not using the dynamic linking, right? And dynamic linking is just broken for me, so we're just going to have to live with it. With 40-second compilation time. Og. Okay, jump effect. We can configure it, right? Let's see. What if with the impulse is going to be like 0? Am I going to even fly? I can still fly, kind of. See? It's kind of easy enough for me to jump a little bit using just the force. So let's make it 50. Yeah, okay. See, you can configure stuff now. Alright? And you can change the force to be a lower force too, if you want. Or a higher force if you want. Okay. Right. Okay. Okay. So I'm just going to push this to the each IO, I guess. And if you want me to change something to some config to a specific value, then you can play around in this inspector and tell me what should I change the value to, right? Config. Just publish. I think like my compilation time is now 40 seconds, and before it was not 40 seconds. You remember that? I think I remember the time where my compilation time was like 20 seconds, and now it's 40. So what changed? I added some code and it's now 40 seconds? Is it because of this like derived macros? I feel like it's too big of a change. I definitely remember when it was only 20 seconds. Alright, it is on the edge. By the way, Davey, you specifically, we need to add you to the admin, right? Okay, edit game, more admins. What is your on itch? Davey itch.io? That's you? Davey? There's only one Davey on itch, I guess. Add admin. Okay. Wait, is this link supposed to be private or public? Can anyone else accept this? Okay, everyone from chat accept the invite to be the admin. Can you do that? Please give this page to the user it was generated for. All right. I don't think that anyone else can click except for you, Davey, because it literally says that it's for Davey, and you're going to be the contributor, right? You don't have access? All right. That's good. If you want to have access, you need to make something for the game, you know? If you want to make something small, if you want to help us with the game, for example, Shadow Crushers, you want me to add you as a contributor because we have your music. Are you on itch? No thanks. Okay. I mean, you don't need to work on the code. Maybe if it's just something small. Maybe you want to draw something. Right. Right, all you need to is just to record your hee hee hee. Accepted, okay. I have uploaded the debug build though. Is it too slow or is it playable? I think it should be playable, right? Pag? What is Pag? Davey, is that you? Okay, is it working? Okay. 30,000. Maximum load speed 360. 360. Wait! It's not changing the values. Or maybe it is. It's just the enter doesn't work. I think the enter key doesn't work. Yes, I can press 10, press enter and it doesn't work. That's another form of pag. I guess. Why is it working for you if you press 10 and press enter? It doesn't work for me. But you can like change the value by moving the mouse. Also, I don't see the particles. Where are my particles? Oh, now they are here. Okay, they're just taking a long time to load. Okay. Alright. Whatever. Everything is like slow for some reason, right? Because it's like lazily loaded. I'm not going to change that. It's fine. The fact that the enter doesn't work is not very good though. What do I do here? Just web? If I do the local web build, it's not working. Okay. Is it the problem in where is it the problem? Is it the problem in IGUI? Let me see. IGUI RS. Write something here. 1, 2, 3. Enter. I don't know. I feel like I'm going to report this. Bevy inspector. IGUI. But in order to report, I need to make sure that it's not my fault. So let's take a look at the examples. Let's wait for the compilation to work for an hour. I need to not do cargo run, I need to do trunk. Which means that there must be an index HTML. Index HTML. 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 Is that enough? Trunk serve. trunk rs dev configuration assets add link data trunk rel is Rust. Is there a way to run example? It's too much work for me to. Okay, whatever. Do I even need to report this? Maybe I don't care too much. Is it working for you, Davey? Maybe it's a problem with Firefox. Here's another idea. It might not be working for Firefox. What if I do this? Inside Chrome? And? No, it doesn't work. Okay. Oh, wait. Okay, here's how you can make it work. Davey, here is the instructions for you. Alright? So, if you want to change some value, apparently, here's how it's going to work. So you can try type 10, but you don't need to press enter, because if you press enter, it's going to stay at 180, okay? So instead you do 10, and then you click on some other stuff, you know? And that's how it's going to be changed. Alright? That works for you, Davey? So 1000, click on something else. Works. Easy. Okay, I really do need to write these things down. All the issues that I have, you know, so that I don't forget. Where do I write them down? Somewhere. Let's create the file called fog.txt. Alright. Bevy inspector IGUI changing value and hitting enter doesn't work on web. Put on your readme. I don't think I want it to be like okay. I mean, yeah, okay. I could yeah. I just was not planning really to commit this file though, so not in the readme. That's why I want to write these notes for myself so that I can later write an article and complain about Bevy, you know. Okay, that's just one thing. What else? Okay, one of the other things that we tried for the sprites, right? Adding velocity was not enough. Need to add a rigid body, like kinematic velocity based. Like, how am I supposed to know that, right? The discoverability of the components that I need to add to the thing. How do I know what kind of components I need to add? This is like a more general thing, right? Like adding transform does nothing if you don't add global transform, you know? Okay, also compilation time is now 40 seconds. It was 20 seconds before, and it was faster with dynamic linking, but dynamic linking breaks constantly. Even though bevy has been around for just over 2 years, it's still beta, mostly alpha. Basically, it's not really ready for production. Yes, but I feel like this, for example, is more of a fundamental issue with ECS. It's not really an issue with bevy. Really, it's not. I'm not going to complain too much about bevy. I think I'm going to complain about the ECS approach. Like the one that we were talking in the beginning of the stream for a long time, right? ECS is too dynamic, and it's really easy to like create a buggy system. Really easy. Like I don't have ownership anymore, so I'm using Rust programming language, but I don't benefit from Rust. I don't benefit from borrow checker. No ownership system is there. Like here's one thing: loading asset, and loading asset. Like when I'm loading asset, it gives me handle immediately. I am not waiting for it, which makes sense, right? You don't really want to block, but then there's like no way. This is more of a bevy issue though, not an ECS issue. Loading asset. How do I even write this down? Like, I'm just going loading asset. I'm just going to put loading assets here. I will think about how to talk about this later, I think. So the problem is it gives me a handle, and sometimes I get warning that the asset like is not present. I would like it to be an error instead. You had problem with ordering of systems, and it's harder in ECS than in regular code. Well, in regular code, you usually don't really do. It's because in regular code, you just literally write like process movement, right? And then you write process physics. I don't know, right? Something like that. So it's really linear, but it's not parallel then, right? But yeah, ordering of systems is yeah. But then bevy has like so yeah, this ECS like in general, it's it adds some good stuff, like it adds performance ECS. It adds easily like splitting your code into small systems, but it also takes away a lot from me. Like it takes away my ownership system. It takes away the easily like I'm saying this as a total ECS fanboy. Yeah. I just think that it like takes away too much from me, you know? And it's much easier to write something that is buggy using ECS than it is to write the regular code. When you write regular code, I'm going to be much more like confident that it's going to be working well, you know? We have a lot of bugs in the game right now, and the game is like very, very simple, you know? I can only imagine how hard is it going to be if the game grows into being something really big. The price is just like not worth it. I feel like it's not worth it. Just like SQL is great, but it has a cost. Uh yeah, maybe. Would I say that SQL is worth it though? I'm not even sure. Actually, maybe not. Maybe not. So you see this thing on the bottom of the stream, right? These little like crabs that are walking around. This is done using my game engine in Rust. And initially, I was using SQLX to store the settings in a database. All right, but then eventually I moved to not using database and instead doing everything in plain JSON files in file system. Because it's just much easier to work this way. Because storing my Rust data structures inside database is not very easy, especially like the algebraic data types, you know, the enums that we have in Rust. Hello, Yamshot. Anyway. I mean, I could complain a lot about my regular approach with code, right? My regular approach is also not bad, not good, not very good. Like everything is bad basically. There is no good, there's no good way to write code. It feels like. How am I doing today? Well, we have something. Let me show you. Today we have made, so we have this configuration now, and I can change my configuration. So like I have my player rotation speed, I can make it to be something much faster so that I will be like very fast moving, you know. We have these particles on the jump effect. The jump effect has been redone to be acting like a jetpack. MongoDB supports Rust, is not too terrible. Yeah, maybe I did not use Mongo, but what I was trying, yeah. Also, I was trying to use SQLX. A lot of people like SQLX, right? But I think it's fine when you are just using one database, but there is a way in SQLX to use to have like a dynamic thing so that you can specify at runtime whether you are going to connect to the SQLite or to an actual database, right? But the problem is those different databases, they have different SQL syntax, so that SQLX doesn't really work for that use case. Then yeah, so I was like trying to make it work so that my local testing build was working with a simple SQLite file, and then have an actual database for the actual thing, you know. But then one thing worked and one thing didn't work, basically, you know, because of small differences. How like SQLite is not supporting everything MySQL supports. But in case you are sticking to just one database, I think that's fine. MongoDB, I didn't really try. SQLite is all you need until you have thousands of transactions per second. The reason I was trying to do not SQLite, but like actual database is so that I can go into the database and like inspect it, you know, like this. I guess I can do that with SQLite too, kind of. But all right. Anyway, let's work on the game. There's a UI tool to inspect SQLite. Not know about online though. Yeah, the problem is like I'm like deploying this thing to a remote to a server, right? So it's not really a local file, and it's not a local SQLite file. Postgres is the only database, and the rest are just wannabes. All right. Rust is the only programming language. The other ones are the wannabes, okay? How about that one? By the way, is your build ready? You wanted me to like play test your build, Bad Cop. Not quite. Okay. Also, you said ban him. Bad Cop is a she, I guess. You should be saying ban her, just so you know. Okay. But it sure wouldn't be a very useful yet. Me play testing your game. Okay. Just really like uh, redeeming the points early, right? Okay. Okay. Well, it's not very hard for me to actually go to the places I want to. I actually quite like. The problem is that I think we need to work on the level. We need to make those diagonal things to be actually diagonal, and also this sound effect that we hear right now, the glitch, we need to fix that. So why is the sound effect being glitchy? Here's the thing. It's really easy to make bugs here, and this is one of the examples, right? We have this glitch sound effect. It's because our side get activated twice, right? We need to check. We need to check. So how do we activate a side, right? It is we check the collision events, right? When we are starting to collide with something. So when my side, so something which has a side component, starts colliding with something which has a trigger component, this is when I actually activate the side. But the problem is there can be multiple collisions that can happen in one frame, and then our side is going to be activated twice, right? Or multiple times, but we really need to only be activated once. So how do I do that? I need to make sure that I have not activated this side yet, right? And also I feel like we need to make sure that we split this into side activation and side deactivation. Or maybe we do like, okay. What about we do sides, we do active sides, and we do inactive sides. Active, inactive. Is that a good way of doing this? I don't really know. So with active and without the active, right? Because I can only activate something that has not been active yet, right? I feel like I want to split this into two systems. The one system that activates and the one system that deactivates. Side activate. Side activation system. Okay, side activation. Let's try, let's do one of them. It's going to be the same. So we are going to activate the sides that are without the active component, right? So we watch for collision events, and if we have started the collision, and okay, we're going to check both ways, right? So if we have started colliding, so if there is an inactive side that started colliding with a trigger, then we're going to insert the active and send the event that we have been active, that the activation event activated side, right? So these things, we only need to do this if we did not activate it yet. If not activated, contains side. And this is going to be like a hash set, activated, insert side, right? Activated is hash set new, right? Is that how I do it? And then we copy paste this into side deactivation. Can I do this without copy pasting? So then we do side deactivation, which is a little different, right? It is going to be something that the side with active component, right? And we are going to say that if we have, well, actually, you know what? This is weird because like we can start colliding with multiple objects, right? So if we have started, then yes, but like I need to make sure that when I stopped colliding with something, then it means that, okay, actually I know exactly what I need to do. I need to like have this active struct, which is going to inside contain the number of collisions, right? Or like I can do it in another derive component struct. It's going to be a private struct over here, right? I don't need to make this public. Collision number. So like the number of things that I have been colliding with, you know? And when it is 0, we deactivate. When it's not 0, we are active. That's the thing that we're going to maintain, right? Maybe I can do this over here then. No, not really. Let's just make a system that collision number. But yeah, it's also like the collisions that I worry about is only, yeah, okay. trigger collision number, I guess, right? So how many triggers have I been colliding with? Side trigger collision counter. Side trigger collision, right? So this is a system that's going to take my collision events and convert them into the trigger and collision number, right? So anything that is side and anything that is a trigger are going to iterate over the collisions, and we have, if we have started, so the first is side, the second is not side. It's not going to be events anymore. So sides, we're not curing just the entity, we're curing the entity, and we're curing the mutable reference to the trigger collision number, right? Okay, so now we do over here, let collision number be sides get mute side or return. So over here we're going to do +1, over here we are going to do -1. I also really don't like that in Rust you cannot do +1. Is it only me? This is unsyntactic. Leading plus is not supported. Am I the only one who wants that to be supported? Because this is not symmetrical looking anymore. I'm the only one? Okay. Maybe I'm the only one. Like sometimes you do +1 and -1, and I want this to be looking symmetrical, you know? Ah, shit. Oh, side trigger collision. Collision number, okay. Okay, I basically do collision number dot 0 plus equal this, right? So I modify this. Okay, so now here's the thing. Here's the thing. Can borrow size as mutable. Okay. Here's the thing. This system is not going to work because this trigger collision number component is not being added to the system. How do I usually work with that? Like, don't I want this component to be lazily added to the entity? Or do I need to spawn it manually for everything that I want, like, for it to work with? Because I don't really like to specify this manually, right? This is why it's error prone. Even although this system is probably going to work, I need to also not forget to add the component somewhere. So I want this query to specify a query that like lazily initializes this to the default value also. Maybe. Trigger collision number 0. Okay. Okay, so now that we have this number, the system that actually does the activation, the side activation, is actually going to not read the collisions, right? Sides with active, it doesn't really matter, right? We just go into... I'm not sure I know what you're doing, so might be wrong for your use case, but you know about events, right? Yes, I am using events. But I'm saying that over here, this system, right? This system is there for me to count how many things I am colliding with, right? So I am queuing this number that I'm going to mutate, right? But this number needs to be initialized somewhere. Where am I going to initialize them? So one thing that I can do is I can do optional mute, right? And then I can do like if this fails, right? So if this side does not have, so if the collision number is none, basically, right? Then I will need to insert it, right? But that is also very buggy because there might be another event that I am going to iterate over in the same system, in the same iteration over here, right? And I don't think it's going to... Or is it? Wait, is it going? Maybe that's how it's going to work exactly? Hold on, is that how you do it? Oh, wait, but I can... Yeah, the problem is I can... Yes. The problem is I cannot... turn this none into something, right? Yes, I will need to have commands, right? Like this, in order to insert commands like insert, so that this lazy thing works. But then the commands is just like a queue of commands that is not being done immediately. So in case I have multiple events that trigger the initialization of this same component in the same system multiple times, it's going to be initialized multiple times, and this is a bug. Did I explain it properly? Grab gang, yo, hello. Did I explain it correctly? Did you understand me? So yeah, I really don't want to need to write down the initial value of this component here. I want it to be lazily initialized. Right? Looks like you want it there from the start indeed. Yes, I want it there. Yes, but yeah. I want it there from the start, but it makes it very, like... It makes it very error prone, you know? Because so now that I have done this refactor, basically this was a refactor, right? And this refactor is going to lead to a lot of bugs in case this component, like, because I need to remember all the places where I'm inserting this inserting a side, right? I need to also remember to add the initialization of this component here, right? And I'm going to forget this all the time, and everything is going to break. You know? It's like the same thing as the transform bundle, you know? Transform bundle, if you spawn just the transform component for your entity and you don't spawn the global transform, it's just not going to work. It's not going to... You're not going to see it on the screen. Your entity, you know? So what I should do is to create a side bundle, which I need to use everywhere, right? So that whenever I'm creating a side, I have this side trigger collision number inside the side bundle, right? Another way, it's okay to have two systems, perhaps one to lazily add, one to count. But that's not how all the things work. Why is the transform needs to be in a bundle? Like, why don't they initialize the global transform lazily, for example, right? It's exactly the same thing. Why do they make me initialize this component, even though this is the thing that is being computed? Right? This is the thing that I can change manually, and this is the thing that automatically being computed by bevy using the children hierarchy, you know? So I'm adding this just so that it can write to it. Transforms are used everywhere, and bevy wants it to be fast. Yes, but like it's not practical though the way it works right now. No, I understand, but it like, is it not going to be fast? Like, can you not make a system, add global transform, which is going to be a system like transforms, like query. I don't even need to query. I need to query an entity for which I have added the transform, right? Isn't that the system that we need to have? And then commands, right? So we do for entity in transforms iter. We do commands entity insert global transform default. Is that not the system that we need? That's a query though. It needs to find all entities with transform and without global transform. But it's isn't this something that works like by default and is very fast? Yeah, by the way, why don't I do that? Why don't I do that for my system? Exactly that. It's very fast, but not zero cost. So zero cost is to make it like explicit to the user. I don't know. ECS in general is not zero cost, no? Is it that really that big of an issue? Okay, I'm just that was just me ranting about stuff, right? Yeah. Like the problem is it is very, it's going to make me debug the problems and realize that I have forgot to insert this component, you know? Even although it could be done automatically. Hello, better. Okay. Side trigger collision. Okay, so we have this number, and then side activation is we are going to have a side which has changed this trigger collision number, right? So if this number has changed, I'm going to query this number, trigger collision number, right? So I don't really need the triggers. I need to write the site activation events. Yes, exactly. Trade bounce and collision world query is not satisfied. Oh, okay, it's going to be a reference. All right. So then I don't need this hash set really. Okay, we do for entity number inside iterate, right? We say that if and I guess also the current active, right? So I'm going to query with active. This is going to result in a boolean, I think is how it's working. So active number. Okay. So basically, if number is equal to 0 and we were not active before, right? No, number is 0. This means that we get deactivated. So like this means that we have been deactivated, and if number is not 0 and we were not active before, this means that we are going to activate ourselves. That's like the activation system, right? So I'm going to over here do commands entity remove the active tag. Over here I'm going to instead insert the active tag, and also we are going to write the events. So so this is deactivated event, and this is activated, right? Wait, why is active this? Isn't with active the thing that is resolving if it's inside the query, not inside the filter, into a boolean? I guess not. So how do I do this? Then I do option reference to active, and we do active is sum. Active is sum basically means that we're active. What am I doing? I'm trying to fix some bugs. So if active is none, right? But I feel like I don't really need like the value of this. But all right. Hello, 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 hello. Okay, and then I replace the old site activation system with those two systems, which calculate the number of collisions, site trigger collisions, and site activation system. Collision counter. Site activation system. Okay, let's see if I at least not really broke the game. Bruh. What do you mean? What do you mean, bruh? What are we doing? I'm trying to fix the bugs. The bug that you have reported. The fact that the slide as a side had to go. I understand. I have read in your messages, alright? You no need to use caps lock. I can read, okay? Okay. Okay, let's see if the slide effect is working now, or is it broken. I think it still is broken. It still is broken. Okay, but it's like I didn't broke it even worse than it was broken before, right? Okay, so now let's see this side activate event. I want to log my site activation, basically, right? Okay, info. I wish like the bevy inspector could also give me the events, you know? So that I don't need to write this myself. Let's just look at the slide. Effect toggle. Yeah, so over here we're reading the side activation events, and we have if we have activated the side. Yeah, okay. Side is a side with the slide effect. All right. Let's see. I think the problem is that we get activated twice or something. The problem with is with the sounds, right? Why is the sound playing twice? The beginning is so slow. I want to create a hack to teleport myself just to test things easier. Oh shit. No. Alright, there we go. And to look at the console, okay. We're stuck now though. Shit, we're stuck. To restart. That's what you was talking about. Like, well, the stack issue is going to be fixed. It's because this like diagonal things don't have the collider after the triangle, which is supposed to be there. Or we need to be able to deactivate the sides. Is what was your idea, right? We deactivate some side, make sure that it cannot be activated anymore. That also is a good suggestion, I think. But I don't know what the controls for that would be. Also, Davy is the level, Okay, now I'm stuck to this side. Okay, Davy, we really do need to think how do we fix that. So like you can stick to this side, right? And there is no way you can like unstick now. Maybe there should be a key for us to deactivate. Maybe we do a key to deactivate all the sides, you know? Is that how we do it? I rotate, but I like how is the slide going to work then? Because right now I am deactivating the rotation when I'm sliding. Because instead of doing that at W buttons, well, Davy's idea that we rotate. Let's think about that first. Slide key will be different from rotate key. Why would it be different? Because I want to move left, so I press left. I move left along the wall, so I'm pressing left here, and I'm moving up because like left along this wall is up, right? Isn't that how it was supposed to be working? I don't know. If we can make it work with just two keys, I really like the games that work with two keys. It means that we can make it easy in like into a mobile game. You know, you click left side of the screen, right side of the screen, and that's it. Your initial thought is they having different keys. Yes, but if you are sliding on the floor, then would it not be like still? Let me think. Yeah, let Davey think. One of the solutions is to add 4 buttons. Yes. Or I think another solution that I think of right now is we have an option to deactivate right? But I don't think we need to deactivate every single side. I think there must be just, we add one more key, like spacebar, for example, right? Spacebar, and everything is deactivated, you know, so that now we can rotate ourselves. So none of the sides is going to be, you press both key to deactivate, problem solved. Now, no, we add a different key. I think we add a different key. Brookzorker, hello. Thank you for the raid. Hi Kuvi, why not choose jump key to activate side? Some press and hold for a slide active and release deactive, or jump active. Yes, we could do that too, but like, isn't it better for us to have just one key? I want the player control to be very simple, no? It's much better to have the control to be simple and intuitive. If we add more keys, so like, if we add a different key for every side to deactivate and activate, it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4 sides, and so 4 keys, and also 2 more keys to control yourself left and right, right? So side activation, rotation, and also Davy's initial thoughts was that rotation and slide is 2 different keys. So, which makes it 8 keys already. This is too complex, I think, for the player to like understand how to play the game. No? How was your stream, Brookzorker, by the way? We are working on the game over here, right? In Bevy engine. That's our current progress. We're being very slow because I'm using Bevy for the first time. In case you did not see it, but you have rated me before, so maybe you have seen it. We play as a cube, which looks like a circle right now. Over here, this is a jump effect, but this is gets attached to the side. So we have this side which has the jump effect now. This is how it works. We jump by making this side collide with the floor. So now we jump, and then we can collide a different upgrade. This is the slide upgrade. We use the slide upgrade to slide along the wall. So let me show you how it's done. It's done like this. We instead of rotating, we now slide on the wall. So the problem now is that I'm stuck now. Okay, this is what we're trying to solve. We are stuck now on this floor because there's no way for me to rotate, and we're trying to think of different ways to fix that. Dot cannot jump and slide if the same key. Add 4 buttons on the screen at the bottom. You'll have to click with the mouse. Yeah, that is one of the solutions. Yes. So like maybe it's not even on the bottom. We can literally just make the player click on the player itself to activate and deactivate the sides, right? Use the mouse, but I don't really like using the mouse as an input for the player for this type of game. The less number of keys we need to like. But yeah, mouse is an option actually, yes. Yeah, that's why, yeah, the theme of the gem, this is Bevy Gem 3 that we're working on. We have 4 days left. The theme of the gem is side effect, so that's why we're making this game. Hold modifier key like crouch but for slide. I like how it works right now. I really think that the best change that we can add to the game is to make a button that deactivates, like space. So we have left, right, and space. 3 buttons, okay? Left, right is making me do that, and when I press space, I'm going to deactivate the slide, so I will be able to rotate. Off to work, have a great day, good luck, thank you. And thanks for the raid again. Okay. But anyway, there is also a bug right now that I was trying to fix, which is that the yeah, the sides, they get activated twice sometime. So I was trying to replicate that. Also, let's see, can we spawn a bug here? So like sometimes this slide sound effect gets stuck even although we are not really sliding anymore, right? So there is a bug in this system somewhere where we're toggling the slide effect. Let's see what is happening here. We see if when the side gets activated, we start the sound effect. And if there was a sound effect attached to the side already, then we stop that sound effect. Does bevy have variables? What does that mean? What is a variable? It only has registers? Bevy. What is a variable? What exactly are you asking about? Like if the slide mode is on, well, that's what we have, right? I mean, it's not in bevy. If the slide mode is on, the SFX will play. Yeah, that's what we are doing. Yes, exactly. Okay, I guess, yeah. The problem is I am starting the sound effect on the activate sound. If it's not, the SFX will not play. Yes, I mean, that's what I'm doing right now, exactly, no? Although I'm not doing it... Like, you need to start playing the sound sometime, and you need to stop playing the sound, right? So when do we start and stop? It's when the side gets activated, and when the side gets deactivated. Hello, David, Mini David. So when the side gets activated, then we start playing the sound effect. When the side gets deactivated, we stop playing the sound. So why is this buggy? I don't really understand. Can I create a level that is like easier? Hold on. Let's do entities, slide power. Let's just add the slide power. Let's just add the slide power and the jump power to the very beginning so that we at least like can test everything easier. What can trigger the event? The slide event. It's when the side is contacting the trigger, and the trigger right now is just the level. So like when you connect to the level. Oh, but by the way, Davey, your idea was that only this thing can get, you can slide only on this thing. That also is kind of a solution, right? If you can only slide on this wall, and you cannot slide on the bottom wall. Is it two-way coupling? I'm not sure what you mean. I detect the collision of my side with a level with another entity that has the trigger component on it. All right, and when the collision starts it's when I activate the side. It's when the collision ends, I deactivate the side. That's how it's working. Does the slide trigger with the level? And does the slide level trigger with side? Does the slide trigger with the level? And does the level trigger with the side touches 2 times event? Not really. It's only gets bugged sometimes. Not always, right? I'm logging the events right now. I think the problem is when we start colliding with two things at the same time, maybe. But I thought I was fixed. But I thought I just fixed that. Maybe not. Oh shit. I missed it. Okay, see? Okay, it happened. It actually did happen. See, right now, my slide is not connected. Even though we activated, deactivated, activated, deactivated, activated, deactivated. I think you okay, here's the other thought that I have then. Right? Here's the problem. We actually activate and deactivate the side all in one frame, because in one frame we move from one position to another position, right? And in the middle of these positions, the thing with the collision actually happens. So we start colliding and we end at colliding, which means that we activate this thing and then we deactivate the thing, right? So yeah, what happens if we have two events that both activate the side and deactivate the side in the same run of the same system, you know? Ramil, hello. And thank you for the follow. So like in this effect, we can have an event that activates and deactivates in the same loop, right? But the problem is that the next iteration of the loop is not going to yet be aware of the fact that the sound has been started, that the sound is now playing, you know? So even although we have the side, which has this, yeah, so we are queuing here the handle to the audio. Right? And this handle to the audio is not there because the side was not active yet, right? So then we get the activated sound effect and we start playing the sound, right? And we store and we insert the component into the system, right? But on the next loop, this component that we have just inserted into this entity is not going to be observed yet. How do you fix that, guys? Who is good with bevy? Can I inspect the list of current events? Well, I mean, I have been logging it, right? But I mean, we can make sure that this is exactly what happened by doing something like this. Like for this system, I'm going to debug log this thing. Send me a bug on Discord. Think you don't know about this one? Okay, you think I don't know about some bug? You're stuck here? Not able to move? Wait, can you not move to the left? Oh, I guess it actually makes sense that you cannot move to the left, because if you are stuck to this side, then you try to move into the left, this wall prevents you, because you need to... Yeah, I understand. It's the physics. Okay. Did you try increasing the acceleration, by the way? Are you still there? Try increasing the acceleration over here to like something like 1 billion. Okay, like this. It's not a bug, it's like how physics works, I think. No! Shit. Restart. Okay, also I want to do if not observed is empty. Oh wait, my compilation time is 20 seconds again. It's not no longer 40 seconds. So why is it sometimes 20 seconds, sometimes 40 seconds? Okay, it broke. It broke. Wait, it no. So it doesn't really. It's not really what happened then. Wait, it's not what happened. No, it's not what happened. Okay, what is it that happened then? I did. I. It was buggy. Okay, my assumption was wrong. So what I want is just to make sure that the sound is like not there. So I need to stop it when we deactivate the sound. But the problem is, this is sometimes null, right? Okay, all right. I'm going. Okay, I know exactly what to do, but I don't like the way it works. All right. I'm going to make a system that does the effect. Like, I mean, it makes sense to like split my systems that does the sound and does the actual like logic differently, right? Sound. So like sound system is going to have this. So we're going to have like, okay, need start is a list of entities that have effect and that are active. Okay, and that are without handle to the audio sync. Okay, so if we don't have the audio sync, then we are going to add the audio sync because they're active. Then active ones need to have an audio sync, right? And similarly, need to stop is something that is inactive but has the sound effect on it, right? So entity that has the handle to the audio sync, and we're going to use that audio sync to stop the thing, right? So we do for entity in need start iterate. We do audio play. Also, this is a very weird feature of Bevy. Whenever I play, I need to not only like load the audio source. Grumble of Pugs. Thank you for the raid. Hello there. What are you guys doing? What were you doing on your stream? I don't think I have seen your name before. But thank you for the raid. Doing Godot. Oh, okay. Are you working on a game right now? We're working on a game jam game using Bevy game engine, which is a game engine for Rust programming language, and I'm using this engine for the first time for this jam. The Godot gang. Yeah. I never tried Godot myself, but I think I think at some point I want to try it out. And we figured that the Godot Wild Game Jam is happening every month, so maybe I will try it out for one of those jams. I'm terrible with Rust, and yeah, I'm working on a platformer type game. Nice. How long is Godot Game Jam? I have no idea. Godot Wild Jam. I mean, the next one is in 8 days, but I'm not going to participate in that one. How long is it, though? It is 10-day jam. That is happening every month. So, yes, it's like Bevy Jam. 10 days is what you have to make a game. From 15th to 14th, I think it's 10. So it's like 2 weekends that you have. Probably, right? April 15th. So it starts on Saturday and ends on April 24th. So yeah, it's exactly like that. You have 2 weekends that you can spend on the thing. The load from asset server will run on every update goal. Isn't it slow? Could it be cached? It should be, yes. I'm not really... Yeah, okay. Yeah, I don't like how loading assets work on this engine, but it's fine. It is going to be cached, by the way. This load thing, it's not really loading this asset whenever I say it's going to be loaded. This returns me a handle to the asset, which is actually going to only start the load if it's loading for the first time, or it's going to use the cached asset, okay? So, even although I'm going to play the audio here, it's not necessarily going to be playing immediately because the asset might not even be loaded yet. Were the particles of the jump made in between the game jam? I think they were made before. What? I got to start work. Have a great day and rest of your stream. Thank you, and thank you for the raid again. And if you want to, before you leave, you can put a link to the stuff that you're working on. Welcome back, Nerdsoul. Okay, I'm going to play the source, but I think I need to do something else. Play the source. Yeah, this thing returns a weak link. This is also very weird, you know? This returns me a weak handle to the thing, and I need to convert it to a strong handle so that I can control the audio later, right? So we do strong handle. It's going to be audio syncs yet from the audio play source, I think, right? Yeah, this is weak handle. and this is strong handle, and this is what we actually store. So we also need to have commands. We do commands entity, insert strong handle. Okay, so this is how we start. Create bound option audio sync is not so. Okay, wait, this returns an optional. Can I just use unwrap there? Why does this return an option? Unwrap. No, not here. Here. I don't think it should be panicking, because we just literally just created it. Oh wait, it's yeah. Okay, hold on. It's not that. Not that. Get handle. This is what we need to do, right? Yeah, get handle. Get handle converts this to a strong handle. Okay, nice. Okay, so we have started playing the audio like this, and now we're going to do for entity and audio and sync in those entities that need to stop, right? This is where we do sync stop if some sync is audio syncs get sync dot stop, right? Is that how it's working? And then we do commands entity. By the way, this should always be there. So technically, I want to get and I want to unwrap. I want to make sure. Okay, this is the only way that I can prevent the bugs, I think. If it's not going to panic, then we're fine. I would rather prefer a panic than double sound effect. Commands entity, remove handle to the audio sync. Okay. There was also a way for me to change the volume of this. Right? Where is the volume? Oh, the volume is here. Okay, yeah. All right. Nice, good. Let's try running. Were the particles for the jump made in between the game jam? What do you mean that? What do you mean by that, Shadow Crushers? I literally drew the particles on stream. And they are probably going to be redrawn because they are temporary right now, just as the level itself. The slide doesn't work anymore. The slide does not work anymore. I broke something. Well, the sound is not there because I did not enable the system. But why did we break? Because I only removed the things that are oh wait, I know. It's because like the thing only works when we have the handle. Yeah, so if I don't add the audio, then the effect is not going to work. Also. Okay. Like technically the audio should be controlled in also another system, probably in this one or in another. So we have multiple sound systems, one that starts and stops, and one that changes the volume. A bevy dev on Twitch? I thought those were unicorns. Well, I'm not really a bevy dev. I am usually working on my own custom engine. But we do have the unicorn emote. Yes. So we are kind of like unicorns. Yeah, I'm usually working on my own custom engine, and I just used the I used the bevy for the first time for the game jam. Okay, what happened? Does bevy have an audio mixer built in? Yes. How's it going with bevy so far? Any thoughts? Yeah, I'm not liking it. I'm not liking the ECS, alright? Not bevy itself, but the ECS in general, I think. It is nice, but it also like, I mean, okay, it's good and it's bad at the same time. And the bad is worse than the like. It takes too much away from me than it gives me. So I don't think it's worth it in general. You like the concept, you didn't like the implementation in bevy. I think the implementation in bevy is like in the of the ECS itself. Like if we're talking just about the bevy ECS, the implementation is not bad. I just like I don't have the ownership system anymore. I'm using Rust programming language and I'm not benefiting from it when using bevy ECS. It makes me create a lot of bugs in my program when I use the ECS approach. And like I have been working for an hour already to fixing one of those bugs, which would not even happen if I was writing the code in a regular way. Because, you know, so do you think it's a problem with the implementation in bevy ECS specifically? Because I looked at the implementation of Hex, but I think bevy ECS is based on Hex, right? I think before there was also Specs. I don't really see any difference with Specs. Like in terms of usability, there are different features, but in terms of like having the ownership system, it's no different. I know that there's Legion. I looked at the docs a little bit. I don't think it's much different either, is it? Like I think it's in general when you have ECS, it's more dynamic in nature and not very like statically checked, which is why we have this problem. 1 second. Okay, so by the way, something happened here, right? When I was running my code, we crashed, but I don't have the stack trace, so it was not even a panic. What happened? Did we segfault? I think we might have segfaulted. What is this? Task pool rs 37649. Bevy tasks. I think we segfolded or something. Let's take a look. Bevy tasks. Let's take a look at the issues first. Bevy tasks. What if I just search for this? No. Okay. Or is it not going to like? Panics are getting hard to understand. Yeah. I also had this very weird compilation error earlier today. Let me see if I still have it in my console. No, I don't think I have. Yeah, it's like too many logs right now. Yeah, basically there was an error message that looked something like this. Like there was a generic that looked like this for A B C D, and there was like the entire alphabet. It was funny. I think I can reproduce it easily, by the way. I can reproduce it easily by not importing this. So okay, see, here's it is. No. It's just if I don't import this, and let's see what happens. Yeah, there it is. There is my alphabet. I mean, obviously, like because the error that it cannot find the config in the scope is also here, right? But all I see is the alphabet, you know. And to scroll up to see the actual error message. They told me Rust has clear error messages. I mean, most of the time. I think it's like at this point, sometimes. I mean, it's in general it's better than C++, but usually when you're working with C++, it's also like very big error messages, and then you need to scroll up and see what is the first one, right? And this is what I need to do right now with Rust 2. I need to scroll up, and there's my actual error message. This is what I need to like search for, right? Still better than C++? Yeah, sure. It still is better. But like sometimes this happens. Low bar. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So what happened? We segfaulted. Yes. What was my this thing? All right. Let's take a look at the code. Source. Creates. Bevy. Tasks. Bevy tasks. Task pool. 376. 376. Task await unwrap. I think this unwrap panicked, but I don't see the message of the panic basically, and this is weird, right? Where is my sound effect now? Rust is so safe, it's even guarding you from the panic attacks induced by the panics. Okay, let's, before searching, looking forward into the issue. Okay, this is me changing the, yeah, okay. This is me change side activation to count collisions, and this is me changing the sound. Change slide sound effect system. I mean, I don't know, change refactor, right, as a better word. Okay. Let's think about this. Davey, are you here? Did you think about any other solution to our problem? Or do I implement the space to deactivate all the sides? Where Kuvi is not yet using GPG, reading through code, giving tips, auto-fixing the introduced bugs, and finally giving useful and friendly commit messages. Yeah, I'm not using GPT. Sure, space. Okay, let's do space. Alright, so basically it means that we are going to deactivate all the sides. Which means that the side activation is not going to only... Okay, basically should be active is number 0 is not 0 right now. Actually active is some, right? So if we should be active and we are not actually active, then we are activating. This goes over here. And over here, if we should not be active and we are actually active, then we deactivate ourselves. Why not just hold both key to deactivate? Well, I mean, I think it makes more sense to use the dedicated key for this. You want to why like you want to punish the players of our game for some reason? Why would you want to do that? I mean, it made sense for the farting game because like everybody voted for a bad theme, right? But game should be hard. Well, I mean, it should it just should not be trivial easy, I think. No, I don't think it should be hard. The farting game should be hard. This game should not be. Not every game should be hard, basically. Game is not hard if it doesn't punish players irrationally all the time. No, I mean if you want to keep the game with just 2 keys to control. Oh, I mean, you mean that? Okay. No, I mean I'm not that much. Although, I don't know. Why not? No. No. It's because if you hold 2 keys at the same time to deactivate, how do you rotate then? Davey, you didn't think about that, did you? You need to hold space and left at the same time to rotate to the left. You know? I thought Kubi likes only hard games and he likes to do only games he likes. No, I don't only like hard games. Did you see the Jigsaw? Did you see the Jigsaw game that we made last time? Literally for the last LD, the game that we made was a Jigsaw puzzle. This thing. You think this is a hard game? It's a chill game. That like I don't only want to create hard games, you know? Yeah, I mean holding space key to deactivate. Yeah, exactly. I thought you just press space and then it will disable for a while. No, I think holding is making more sense to me. Update player input. Player input. Direction. F32. Let's do that first. Let's convert this into a named field first. Input direction is this. Even getting pieces aligned with the month hour menace. Yeah, I mean it was a little buggy, alright? It's fine. Missing pieces that could not be found without moving the whole puzzle to screen full sight. Alright. If you want to, I can create a room for you guys so that you can play the puzzle and I can open it on the side. I think I have this set up already, kind of. You lost enough of our lives already? Okay. Okay, you're building a demo? Nice. We're going to test Bad Cops game soon. Okay. Okay. Player input. Player input. Player input is going to have not direction, but also have deactivate boolean, right? Right. And then we do input deactivate is going to be equal to keyboard input any pressed. Do you want me to bind it to some other key just in case, or only space bar? What would other players do? I like, for example, in my game we have space up or W, right? We have A or D. Like, is up key? I can try that. Key W, key up. Key code. Did you hear Betty already implemented her own GPT in Bash just to get the perfect fuzzy mesh under? With Thunder, yeah. Is it called Bash GPT? Bounded to the Windows key? Alright, so we have this input. And then for the side activation, we are going to query the parent and do parents is going to be a query of player input. Right? So over here, entity parent, because side is like a child of the player. Parent is this. Send me a secret link. Okay. You don't want everyone to playtest your game, only me. Should be active. Okay. Let input be parents get parent get. Okay. Or continue. I mean, this should warn me. Warn no parent for this side. What? Is Kuvia a confirmed good or hater? No, I have not confirmed it yet because I have not tried it yet, okay? We only hate on things after we try them. So, should be active is that we are not. This is like collision number. Is that collision number is not 0 and input deactivate is false. Do you like equal to false instead of writing none? Oh shit. Alright. Sleepy doesn't like it. Okay, fine, I will change it. Alright. We can use the space now to deactivate all the sides. And then we can play test. I mean, you're going to see the link here. Okay, copy paste this from the screen, I guess. I guess it like I guess what did you click? I clicked download. Okay, space. Okay, I see. So the problem is here that I'm only querying the thing that has changed the trigger collision number, but now it actually should not even look for that. It's just a side. Yeah. We're just going to check this every frame. Sure, why not? It doesn't matter. Why should you ever download everything from the internet? The download is working for you. Let's try refreshing. Oh, 404. I think you changed something while I was like in between. I clicked the download button. Try again. Download. Invalid game. Click download now to get access to the following files. Treasure. Platform is Linux, but you also have the Windows here. The Windows is not tagged with Windows for some reason, by the way. What the fuck? I don't know. Might be a skill issue, or Godot issue, right? Okay. So I press space to make sure that I don't jump, but then I release space and then I jump. Okay, you like that? Try now, lol. Invalid game. I mean, refresh probably. Okay, it's thinking. It's thinking. Maybe something is happening. Okay, now you have two download versions. Okay, I see. It is downloading. Okay, so let's say over here, I'm now stuck, right? I'm now stuck completely, but now I'm going to press space, and I'm going to be able to rotate myself. Okay, that was an easy fix. All right. Space to deactivate all sides. There should probably be like a visual indication of that, right? Of the fact that the side is activated and stuff, but wait, don't play it? Alright. Do you want me to play test your game or no? Bam, bam. The lighting didn't export, right? Okay. Okay, I'm back, and the thing is not compiled yet. 35 seconds. We're back to long compile times. Nice, Pog. But Davey, how is the level going? Are we going to play the game soon? I mean, my game, my thing is already like almost everything is working, almost no bugs, you know. I feel like Davey, you know what? I feel for the that for the I feel like we need to enable the jump side to be able to, like, I mean, the collider should be bigger so that we could do like jumps from the, like, wall jumps, you know. I don't think it's going to be very easy to do, but like, okay, how exactly do I want it to work? Let me see. So like over ah, shit, I flew over. Forwarding mechanics, huh? I just okay, we crashed again. Pog. Okay, sync. Oh, this bug. Okay. All right, my unwrap is actually like not working. So like, okay, I mean, I can do an A flat here, but then I'm probably going to. It probably means that if I change this from unwrap into something else, it means that we're going to have two slide sound effects again. What do I do? Okay, maybe we do warning at least. No sync found. What? Warn instead of unwrap. I don't like this though, because I don't really know why like I can why is it not safe for me to unwrap here? Why? I don't understand. Okay, I think the next thing that I'm going to work on is those like triangular sides. So I'm going to spawn the colliders for them, right? Okay, here's the idea, Davey, okay? If I'm going to like slide to the right here and like touch this wall, I want to jump off of it, but it's really hard to do so, right? Okay, wait, what? Wait, maybe I know what was it? Hold on. I know what is it. I know what it is. I think when I was refactoring, I introduced a new bug on accident. Because my sound is no longer looped. So if this sound that I'm playing is not looped, then the sound cannot be there. Okay. Like if I take this thing, right? Eventually it stops. I press space and it's going to no, it's actually not is not a warning. Okay, whatever. Whatever. Okay, I'm going to commit the bulk.txt, whatever. Slide. I want. What was I going to do? The triangles, but before that, I want to do something. Oh, yeah, the sound should be looping. That's right. Strong handle. Okay, strong handle dot. Play. This was going to be play with settings, right? Settings. Playback settings. Loop. That it is. That it is. Bulk.txt. It ate the emote? Wait, what do you mean? You want to do kuviman bulk.txt? I mean, that's what I'm seeing. I see the emote there. In both messages. Yeah. Okay. We can slide. The bug happened again. We have a, yeah, no syncs found. What? How is it possible? How is it possible, guys? The bug. How is it possible? It is not possible. I agree. It is really not possible. And it is still happening. Like, what? Rust has types? Yes. What's the bug? I'm starting the sound effect of the slide, and then when this side gets deactivated, I stop the sound effect. But the sound effect is not there, so I don't know what should I stop. It's a feature, yeah, exactly. So you're going to, like, when playing the game, you're going to listen to the slide sound effect all the time, even although you're not sliding. We're going to call it a feature, right? This, see, this is the system that does that, right? If the entity that is active and does not have the audio attached to it, then I attach the audio to it. If an entity has the audio attached to it and is not active, then I stop the audio. And the problem is that this audio that is attached to the entity, I cannot stop it, because the only reason, the only way for me to stop it is to get, because this I cannot attach the actual audio, right? I can only attach the handle to the audio, and then I use that handle to get to the actual audio that I need to stop, right? But then apparently this is not working. It's not found there, you know? The audio is playing, but I cannot get it. Why? Any bevy people here? How do I fix that? You have no idea. I also have no idea. Like, it literally, what? Play slide looped. In Rust, the audio player owns the sound already. You cannot mutably access it. Violation of Rust civil rights called borrowing. Wait, are you like how did you come up with this text? Is it ChatGPT? Wait, Hitus, are you a real person even? Or are you the ChatGPT? I mean, you can respond to my voice, which means that if I would be the ChatGPT, would what would be my answer? I don't know, ask ChatGPT. Framey, I think you were the bevy expert, right? Is that what you said? Do you know how to fix the issue that I'm having right now? No. All right. Well, I mean, you tried it at least. Did you not have this issue? I mean, it seems like a pretty basic thing. I just need the sound effect to stop, right? But it's not stopping sometimes. Sometimes it's just not stopping. And I have no idea why, right? This is the system that does this. So here I'm starting the playback. Here I'm stopping the playback, right? So to stop the playback, I need to get the actual sync from the handle, and this sometimes fails. Have an idea for the sound box. Split the need start and need stop and chain them together using a command. Apply in between. Okay. Commands. Wait, is there? What? How do you? There is a way to apply my commands. Maybe apply commands. Is it a system that applies commands? Is that what you're saying? But like, okay, but so is that because? Is that because when I'm okay, I think the issue happens when the collision is like almost immediate, right? When I start playing the audio and then like want to stop it immediately, like on the next frame, right? I think that's the issue. So is the problem that like even although I have created the handle to the thing, it's not actually been started yet, which is why getting the sync is failing. So I need to so it's not going to I only know that there is a way to apply all commands. Okay. I don't think that's a problem, because like I'm already queuing the things that already have the audio sync attached to it, right? Even though I am attaching this, I'm inserting this component, this handle to the audio sync is inserted over here, and over here I'm queuing with this handle already. So this command that is me inserting the component has already happened, because I can see this this handle, right? It should wait not only for the handle to appear, but also for the actual sync to appear. So is that what is happening? Like when I'm doing the play, it's not actually like, yeah, because it creates a queue, right, for the sound effects to actually start playing, but the actual audio sync has not been created yet, right? It's like the same problem as with commands sometimes, but now it's not really the commands, it's like specifically the audio system that we have. I need to wait for the sync to actually be created. So how about we do, I think we need to remove the audio sync only if the sync has been found. And this is how I find this, how I fix this message, how I fix this bug, maybe. Because like the sync is going to appear after a little bit of time, because the audio system works in parallel, like, and it has its own internal queue where it actually creates the audio sync. And if the collision is like too fast, then it's going to actually create the sync after I deactivate my side. Right? I think there is a way for me to test this really easily. To test this really easily, I can just over here, we have the strong handle already, right? So let's try this. Audio syncs get strong handle. This is not going to work. Right? If I do unwrap here, we're going to panic immediately. So audio syncs. Yes, because like even although I have started playing this audio sync has not been created yet. I think that is the bug, right? But then this is also not a correct fix then, because I'm only going to stop. Let's first confirm this. Okay, see, I panicked. I panicked. Yes, this sync is not there, even although I have started playing. So it's not there yet, right? So this is the bug, I'm pretty sure. So this should fix it then, because like as soon as the sync gets actually created, this will be matched to some, and I will be able to stop it. And that's when I remove the component, right? So I'm going to check every frame if the sync has already created. This feels so wrong and weird to me, you know? But this fixes the bug, kind of. But the bug is still there, because I'm not going to stop the audio now when I like despawn the entity, for example. If I despawn the entity, then this system will not run anymore, right? That's like another thing. Like, can I do like what I want to do here, right? Is create a component here, like struct audio effect, right? Which has this handle internally to the audio sync, right? And I want to implement drop for this audio effect. So whenever this thing gets dropped, this is when I stop this. So all I need to do really is to remove the component then, you know? But I don't think I can do like anything useful from the drop implementation, right? So that's another example, I think, of me not benefiting from the Rust system. From the like, we don't have ownership, we don't have real borrowing. And we don't have drops. We don't have RAI anymore when we were using ECS, right? Bevy uses some, yeah. I mean, okay. So for the borrowing, it's more like a ref cell, like these systems. Like when you are doing over here the reference, you are queuing the reference, right? This actually like locks. It's not like a ref cell, right? It's like a read-write lock. When you are queuing for something that is like just a reference, you are doing the read on the read-write lock on the storage that stores this component. And when you are doing a mute ref, this is when you are locking the lock for writing. So it's like a runtime borrowing checker. But I mean, there's no compile time borrowing checker, is what I mean. So I'm not really benefiting from it. It's nice that you at least check this at runtime, but still, it's kind of. I mean, it's okay for the borrowing. I think. I think the most issue that I have is not the lack. Is the lack of ownership system and the RAI. So the drop and the move of struct is like hard to do. Is it like even possible for me to get the actual value of the component to move it out of an entity? Is it possible? You're gonna give me money for music? No. I can stop using your music. It's a gem. What do you mean? What money? Are you going to give me money for me making the game? Nobody's going to give me money. I do it for free. But anyway, by the way, speaking about this gem and like money, it's not really money, but they do specify some sort of like winning. So with winners, it's a competition with winners, and you must like create everything during to be eligible to win. But they don't really specify what win means. Does it mean that you like win something, or like winning something means that you are being declared as a winner? That's my prize. You uploaded a new build? Okay. You're gonna give myself money for this gem? Alright. Price, pride, and satisfaction are being called the winner. Yeah, I mean, yeah, true. That's what we have in every single gem. We do a lot of gems. Like I said, usually I don't really use Bevy, but I do use Rust, and I use my own custom engine. All of these games have been made for game gems. And all we have is the pride and satisfaction. It doesn't work when you build in CI. I have no idea why. I don't know, maybe you use a different version of Godot engine in CI. Are you sure you're using the same version? Maybe you're trying to build in CI using Godot 3 and you're using Godot 4 locally? If we win but don't get anything, I need 3 months chess.com membership. Okay, well, I mean, you can get it for yourself though. That's the only way it's going to work. You know, you cannot demand anything from other people. Nobody promised you anything. If that's not enough for you, then like don't do that. Find an actual job. I'll give you the updated map visuals after I take a shower. Okay. Let's download the Bad Cop game. Where it is. Did you send me the link? Download. Okay, hold on. I already have a folder called 123. You want to watch me play Bad Cops game? I mean, I can wait. How long is it going to take you to do shower? You can go take the shower after Bad Cops game. How long is it going to take me to play test? 4 hours? What are you doing in there? It won't take long. If it takes you so long, then you can like bring your phone to the shower, right? Isn't your phone like waterproof anyway? What kind of phone do you have? I think all the iPhones are waterproof, right? Okay, let's see. Well, okay. Okay. Here's the first person the first person game, right? So, like all of the first person games, the sensitivity is like real, and this is just me. This is just me moving the mouse from the left side of the mousepad to the right side of the mousepad, okay? And this is from right to the left. I know, but why is this the default? Like, I literally need to put it to 1%, I think. Yeah, this is the sensitivity that I want. Yeah, this is much better. This 0. Okay. Okay, what do I do? Mysterious pipe. E, speak. Ahoy there, matey. Yeah, we'll be looking for the treasure of Captain Blackbird, I reckon. The what? Ah, you haven't heard of the lost treasure of Captain Blackbeard? No. Wait, do I need to play test or do I need to read actually? Hold on. This is Sea of Friends Part 2, but Sea of Friends did not have any reading in it. You don't need to read? Yes, Kim. You just completed Sea of Friends? Really? Why didn't you say that you were playing Sea of Friends? Because it is multiplayer. Did you know that? Did you know that you could play it together with other people? Okay, we will read through this maybe the next time. Okay, I see the parrot. Oop. Squawk. Wait. Why is the dog moving up and down? Is that how is it supposed to be working? Wait, hold on. Something looks wrong to me here. Are you moving the land up and down instead of moving the water up and down? And the boat is not moving. The camera is anchored at the boat. Yes, but isn't the boat supposed to be on the same... Oh, the boat is going up and down because it's in the water, right? This looks so weird, though. Okay, we need to find the treasure. Okay. It's a little trippy. Yeah, a little bit. Wait, it... I like how the parrot actually flies like a plane. I don't think that's how parrots fly. But it looks fun. Okay. Oh, the parrot told me to follow in the boat? Oh, wait. Can I control the boat? I thought the boat was static. You told me to skim the text, so I didn't know that I need to do that. Play Flash Dark? I mean, I played it already. I am the creator of the game, right? How do I follow it? F, get in the boat. Okay, I don't think that like telling me the things in the bottom right corner is good. I think it should be like in the center of the screen because it's the instructions. Play again. No player model. Well, I mean, I'm playing it as the boat. Boat is my player, right? It's boat. Yep. It's crab. Look, we have a crab. What do you want? I'm looking for a map piece. Oh, great. Another human after treasures. Uh... Wait, where is the rust? Where is the rust reference? Did you remove it? I saw the thing about the rust. Did you remove that? How would you remove the rust reference? I also feel like this grass over here, the lighting is weird. No, shouldn't these two faces be differently colored because they have different like slope? Plus one apple. Oh, wait. Is this an apple or is this like... Is anti-aliasing enabled? I have no idea. This is Godot, by the way. It's... Let's was using Godot. I think the normals are fucked in this model. These are cheating developer apples. Well, no, I am making a game using Bevy, but Bad Cop is doing the different gem. We're just doing the playtest. It's just like two gems are happening at the same time. I'm doing Bevy, and Bad Cop is doing a different gem. What do I need to do? Oh, apples. Give apples. Not bad. I suppose this will suffice. Thank you. Do I have an... Yeah, I have a mysterious pipe also. And an apple. Bevy Gem has some seriously unfortunate timing. I mean, there's a lot of... I think Bevy Gem timing is good, actually. It's just like this gem that Bad Cop is participating in is pretty small. I don't think there is any like big gems happening at the same time as the Bevy Gem. For other reasons too? What are the other reasons? This is the end of the demo. Okay. You want me to try anything else? It didn't break? Okay. Yeah, I don't think it broke. Is the sea endless? Are you generating the islands randomly? Oh, can I see the end of the world? Sea is endless, but the islands are not. I thought this was a Sea of Friends, like sequel, which means that we should have the end of the world, which is space. So you need a spaceship. Oh wait, I can speak while inside the boat? Yeah. Okay. The sea is literally attached to the camera. I mean, makes sense, makes sense. I also see some glitches. Do you see that? Do you see that that like I think some sand is going through the water surface. You see that? You see that? It's a load thing. All right. Okay, well, I don't know what to tell you. The movement works. Oh, there is a map. Hold on. I need to find all the pieces of the map to find the actual treasure, right? But this is not implemented yet, right? So I got one part of the treasure map from the crab, right? Is that the idea? You need to put some sounds into the game. It's more important than fixing the bugs, I think. Okay. But yeah, but what we just did is we fixed the bug. Fixed? Question mark. The slide sound bug. Yeah. And to make the next two islands first, okay. And then you go make a third island with the actual thing. Okay. What are we doing right now? What is the next thing for me to do? There's next things for me to do, like do the triangle, right? Because this thing does not have the collision right now. Okay. Yeah, I also want to get rid of this copy pasta. that I copy pasted from the bevy ECS LDTK for spawning the wall collisions. Yeah. So let's work on that. So here's our level inside the level editor. I think for every single tile over here, I'm going to create the collision in the form of lines, right? So like we have so for every regular block we just do this. For a triangle we do this, and then we need to convert things like that into that, right? Because if I don't convert it into a thing like that, then we're going to have bugs, right? So we're going to basically construct a graph here. Oh, wait, it's actually really simple. Because when I'm going to create this tile, we're going to, I think it's like counterclockwise, so we're going to do counterclockwise here. And over here, we're going to do counterclockwise here, right? And whenever there is the segment that goes up and then the same segment going down, we're just going to delete it. That's literally what we're going to do, right? And then I'm going to use the collider, which is the polyline composed of these lines. My 12-year-old daughter is uploading my drawing. Well, I use Paint all the time, by the way. I usually do my art for game jams in Paint. Professional painter, yeah. I mean, wait, have I really only made paint art for only one game and I'm now saying, I mean, for two games, right? For this one and for that one. And so 2 games is like, I'm a professional painter now. Have I really only used the paint for 2 game jams? Out of all of them? Yeah, I used, I feel like we used, yeah, I definitely did use the iPad and the Procreate to do this one, and that one. So I use Procreate more. And this one, even although this is pixels, this is not done in Paint. This is circles pixelated. Yeah. I only did Paint 2 times, and I did other stuff. I need to do more of Paint. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. We're going to spawn directional like things, and whenever we have direction go in both directions on the same tile, they're going to cancel themselves and going to be removed. That's it. Okay. All right. So where is it? It's in the game. Yeah, spawn wall collision. This is going to be a different system. I'm going to remove that and rewrite this. Right? Okay. Register LDTK in cell. Hold on, can I just read the entire LDTK map? Can I not do that? So I'm using the bevy ECS LDTK, right? Am I creating the colliders from images or meshes? I have this level editor, right? This is LDTK, if you don't know what it is. LDTK. 2D level editor. Right? We use this to create the level, and we use the bevy LDTK plugin to load it. And this has basically an integer Yeah, we didn't use it before. Yeah, so for this gem, I'm learning from scratch the bevy, the ECS paradigm, the LDTK, also bevy rapier. So rapier, I did not use that before. Also, it feels like it has its own things that we need to learn. So yeah, a lot of learning happening in this gem. But yeah, it's basically like we have the integer grid. So on every single cell, we have an integer, right? And then, so 1 means that it's a block, 2 means that it's like this block, this is 2, this is 3, this is 4, and this is 5. So like we use integers. You tried using rapier alone and died? Okay, so wait, what is wrong with rapier? I mean, it works for a general use case, no? I think it works. What's wrong with it? The API just confusing? Okay, maybe. I ask because there is bevy rapier collider gen which generates rapiers from transparent images. Yeah, but I don't have the image, right? Yeah, I know that it is. We could create the collider from like the player, like for the player we could create the collider according to the actual image of the player, right? But it's going to be a box anyway. Yeah. I know that this plugin exists, but I don't think we need it. I don't think we need it. Because I want to create the collider for the level, right? So like we have this thing, so I want to create a collider that looks like this, basically, right? That looks like this. This is what I want to have. And I really do not want to have multiple colliders like this. This is what I had originally, and this actually breaks rapier. So if I have for every single block a separate collider, which is a box, then my slide along the wall is not going to break, right? So we have this slide mechanics. We have this slide mechanism where when we're sliding along the wall that has like is composed of multiple colliders, we sometimes get stuck in these corners, okay? So I want this to be smoothed out. The cubes would be relatively doable, but how do you do the corner pieces? I just define the form of each of them, right? And then we cancel them out. So like over here, we have basically are going to create 2 segments. So I'm going to remove both of them. There is a collider inside bevy rapier that is called the polyline, and that is what we're going to use for the thing. So I know how to do it, but what I don't know to do, how to do is how do I read the level? Maybe it's somewhere in this code that I removed. So this was copy pasted from the LDTK example, the example platformer, right? Spawn wall collisions, world query, grid course parent, added block. So what they do here is they register a block bundle to be spawned for every LDTK int cell that has the value of 1, right? So every whenever we have 1 on this right? So 1 is this block, right? I'm going to spawn the block bundle, and all it has really is the block tag. I feel like this is really unnecessary. Can I not like read the level directly? I think I need to see ECS LDTK exam documentation. You can derive this on your bundles to hook into spawning process. Of course, you can also implement the trace manually. There are some field attribute macros available to these derives to handle the most use cases. See LDTK. Yeah, I don't think I like the derive feature of this crate. Is basically, yeah. You can query for added entity instance and added int-grid cell component in a system. This works because in LDTK or int-grid tile does not match any of your change. Yeah, okay. I want to handle this. Added int-grid cell. I think you want to interact with the underlying bevy ECS tile map. Maybe. But no. ECS tile map is just for rendering. ECS tile map is just for rendering. I think this crate is just doing the rendering. Yeah, this is just the rendering. I don't need the rendering. I need the original like int cell data. This int cell data only there in the LDTK file. So bevy ECS tile map does not really have like this data attached to it because it only does the rendering. In LDTK we have the int grid, right? And then we have like the entity layer, and then the way we are doing the rendering is by doing. So basically there is a hidden layer here which actually has the graphics on it, you know. There is like the auto tiling rules that create the graphics from these numbers. So right now it's just like one number is like being drawn like this, but you can make it so that like when there's a block and the block above it, they look like they're connected to each other, you know. You can do this with auto tiling rules inside of this, and this is saved in the, I guess it's hidden layer because I don't see it. So those like actual layers with tiles with textures is what is being rendered using a bevy ECS tile map, but we don't need that because that's only used for rendering. We need to use the original like integer data. Let me see. Spawn wall collision. I'm going to do that. Let me see. Spawn wall collision. I'm going to rewrite this thing. So they search for added block, but I'm going to. This is the level query, by the way. Okay. Maybe I will have it here just to have a reference. But what I want to do is I want to query for added int grid cell, right? Added int grid cell, yes, because whenever this is added, I want to add the collider for it. And int grid cell, I'm going to also take a reference for it. This is going to have the value inside of it, right? So that's how I read the value. And this thing has parents and grid coordinates component to it too. So I'm going to take parent grid coordinates, right? Okay. For parent coordinate and cell in query iterate. Let's just for now spawn all the things, right? Let's just for now spawn all the things and hopefully they will be spawned properly. Like if I just go into spawn the block collider for everyone, let's do that. Block commands. right? So I'm going to do a match here on the cell value, and if it's 1, then it means that this is the block, right? Otherwise, we're going to ignore for now. So if it is 1, then I'm going to do commands spawn transform bundle from transform. So we need to figure out the transform here. And we are going to have the collider cuboid for every cell for now, just to make sure that I read everything correctly. So how do I figure out the size of the cell? How are they doing it here? What is the grid coordinates? So this is where we are located on the grid. Hold on, is there... So what components does every integer grid cell have even? Int grid cell. Like, how do I know that this thing is going to have the grid coordinates from them without looking at the example? Once again, we have the discoverability issue. How do I know where to look? How do I know where to look? When you spawn an LGK world bundle, level entities are automatically spawned as children to the world based on your level selection. The documentation goes into more detail about the spawning process. You can select using level selection, level selection, level selection. Documentation of the LGK world bundle goes into a little more details about the spawning process. So we'll go here. So what is the spawning process? All non-entity layers will also spawn their own entities. Each layer's parent will be the level entity. Each layer will have layer metadata component. And our bevy ECS. Bundles. So yeah. Each tile in these layers will have the layer entity as its parent. For entity layers, okay, but how do I know that you spawn the integer, like the coordinates? Like, how would I know about that without looking at the example? There's no way. I think there is no way, and this is the issue with ECS. You need to read documentation, and if documentation is not there, like, then like, you need to read the source code. Okay, anyway, we had the grid coordinates, but how do you figure out over here the size of the grid? You only update the visual, not the level, by the way. Okay. So we have all the custom sprites now. Good. Child map is kind of annoying to do. How do other people do that usually? What program did you use? Did you use Paint? Or maybe if you use like Sprite, it's like going to be easier, maybe. Reading the source code is like one of the reasons I love Bevy so much. I can just jump to the source, unlike so many engines. Yes, but it's not like, okay, maybe it's like good about Bevy, right? But it's not how you should be discovering things. You know, you should be discovering things, but like if I look at the standard library of Rust, all I really need is to, I don't know, take a look at the method, right? And I know what it takes. I know what are the requirements. I know what is the output. Okay, but for ECS, it's like I don't know what is going to be created. I know nothing, but I need to use that. So how do where do I get the output of the system? I don't even know that that system exists, right? Like, how do I know that I need to spawn the world bundle? The problem is that this only exists like in documentation, which is not always there, or in the source code. I don't like that, you know? It doesn't feel like using Rust normally. It feels like I'm using Python instead of Rust. I mean, you are using Rust inside the system, but when you are gluing systems together, which this is when, um, like, so inside one system, yes, it's still like kind of rusty, maybe. But when you are attaching them together as just too dynamic, and you don't have any guarantees anymore. Really can't relate, even if something isn't documented. I usually don't have a hard time trying finding things out. Yes, but like, how are you doing that? Are you looking at the source code? I can look at the examples, right? So I can figure this out by like walking through this example. How did they create the collider here? And this is how I can do it. But looking at the example is not how you need to learn, I feel like. It's really like, to understand what a function does, all you need to do is to look at the function signature. You don't need to look at this the implementation. Mostly, yes. I just said it's part of why I love Bevy so much. I often jump in the source of plugins I add, for example. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Okay. I just don't think that this is a good way to... It's good that it's really easy for you to understand. If I look at the source code, it's just... I don't know. If this example was not here, where would I be looking for? I would go into the bevy ECS LDTK, into the repository, right? And I would take a look at the system that actually spawns the tile map, right? Process LDTK assets. Yes. Over here, we have created, apply level selection, apply level set. Like somewhere over here, we are going to have the int grid. I don't even have the int grid here. Wait, what? Oh, it's called int cell. Int cell? No. Wait, where is it? I'm supposed to be looking for int grid cell. It's not even in these systems. Where is it then? Is it not in the systems? They literally have the file called systems.rs. Int grid cell. Okay, so they spawned the int grid cell. Phantom LDTK int cell trait. No, this is not very easy to read. And just jump to the source and VS Code. But what? I'm not calling the system, right? I guess you're telling that I should take a look at the LDTK plugin, right? And look at the implementation of plugin for the LDTK plugin, right? That's what you're saying? So there is a system that is called process LDTK. assets. Process LGK levels. Probably this one. And cell map. Either edit LGK level or respawn. Spawn level. Okay, yeah, this is not very easy, but very hard, I guess. So over here we're spawning the level, which is where we're going to go over all the layers. And in the layers we have different types of layers. So this is the entities layer, and this is the remaining layers have a lot of shared code. Okay. The integrated layers can sometimes have auto tiles functionality. Yes. Okay. So where am I spawning actually things? Layer grid tiles. Grid tiles. What is this? Tile instance. Tile instance. Pixel coordinates of the tile in XY format. Pixel coordinates of the tile in the tile set format. Flip bits. Filter out tiles that are out of bounds. Layer entity. Command spawn empty ID. Okay, so we're spawning the entity here. Tile map bundle. Layer entity. Set all tiles with func. Similar to new batch, except it doesn't consume. Moonies got a boner for the LGK stuff. Gotta learn it before LD. Yeah, the LGK editor seems pretty cool. But does it only work with pixel games? If I wanted to create a game that is not pixelated, it has a notion of pixels in it. Okay, we're inserting the tile map bundle. Oh wait, this is the layer entity. Hold on. Grid tiles. Grid tiles is only, no, it's used here. Used here. Insert tile metadata for layer. Tile metadata, tile position to transparent. I feel like this is what I need to look at. Insert metadata to tile. So what kind of metadata we have? Tile metadata. Data. No. Maybe I am not looking at the source code. Maybe the plugins that you use usually is not that big, so it's easier to understand the source code. Is that the problem? I'm looking at the source code to learn more. Where am I spawning? So these are all the grid tiles for the level. This is a vector of tile instances. What components am I adding to it? No, I disagree that it's easy to read the code. Maybe. Like, I want to know which components can I query. Like, how did they write this example, right? I want to know their, like, what were they, like, think, how do I create something like this without looking at the already, like, implementation of this example, right? Why are they querying the grid coordinates here for something that added a block, right? Because all I have written before that, for that block to be added, is that I have registered an int cell to spawn the block bundle, and all I'm spawning here is the block component, right? So this is the only thing that I'm assuming that I have, but apparently it's not the only thing that I have on this entity. I also have the grid coordinates. This is like an int grid entity that has a parent. The parent is like the layer that it's on, right, and etc. So, like, how do I know that this is something that I can query for? That is my question. If this example was not here, I would not be able. I tried looking at source code. I mean, if I will look at the source code for longer, but it should not take this long, you know? It should take me literally like 5 seconds to do what I need to do. And that is usually the case when I'm not using anything involving ECS. And when I'm using ECS, this is what I'm constantly questioning. All right, how do you query for each grid coordinates parent? All right. If all else fails, there's always the inspector. All right, you are not wrong. Yes, let's do that. But the inspector only works if they don't forget to register the types, right? Yeah. And the inspector is also not the default, so I only enabled it, I think it was today. Or was it yesterday? I don't remember. I think it was yesterday. But yeah, sure, there is an inspector. But that's what I'm saying, like, there is an inspector, like, it feels like I'm writing something, not a typed programming language. It feels like I'm writing Python. So I need to inspect. All right, let's see. There's the world inspector. We have the world. We have children, level 0. Children. So yeah, this is the int grid. The int grid has all the cells as different entities. So this is the block component that I added myself. Visibility, global, transform, grid coordinates, right? This is coordinates from inside the grid. The parent, tile color, tile flip, tile position. What is different? What is tile position and grid coordinates? They are exactly the same. I think this is because the tile position is probably from bevy ECS tile map. Like, I would also like this inspector to tell me where the component is from which plugin. I think would be helpful. They're all kind of together. Okay, well, I actually don't have anything here, right? There's the transform. Scale is 1. So how do I know how big my grid is? Is it this information is not on this entity? It is only on the actual, like, where is it? Where is the information how big a block is? Is it on the integer grid itself? Tilemap grid size 16 by 16. This is the information that I need. I want to know that this thing reflect does not expose this information. Yeah. Is it even like possible for reflect to expose that information? Is there a macro for you to find the current module. If I was writing the derive macro myself for reflect, how do I do that? I know there is file, I guess, right? With the Zavax, no, it's not working with using the bug symbols, it's generating the code, right? I don't know, I feel like we could use the file macro to know which file it comes from, but there should be also the create macro maybe. Can I know? Okay, there is, right? There is this cargo create name or something. I don't remember exactly the name of the environment variable, but you have it. You add lunch and dinner in one stream. Nice. I haven't even been streaming for this long. It's only 6 hours. Okay, so I'm going to query the parent, right? That's why they are querying the parent, right? Why they are querying the parent. So my parent for this int grid. Hold on, wall query. Oh, we're doing the grandparent. Level to wall locations. Alright. So the grandparent because is the level. My parent, my direct parent is the layer, the integer grid layer. And my grandparent is the level. It makes sense, okay? Take a shower, I smell through the screen. But I took the shower before the stream. What do you mean? Another one? Okay, after the stream then. Let me spawn everything I need to spawn. How do they know the collider? So they're creating the collider. Wall rect right. Okay, so wall rect is they're calculating the rects here. But yeah, okay. Wall rects, rect new. Rect push rect builder remove. Where did X and Y come from? Height is the layer. Okay, for the layer we know the width and height. Level, layer instances. Level asset should have layers 0. Wait, this is even not the correct code that they have in the example. Why are they taking an array containing all layer instances? Why are they taking the layer number 0? Because layer number 0 can have different width and height and different grid size. This example is actually wrong. It just so happens that the level, this level, like the example, it just has a tile map size component. Yes, but on what? It's not on the. It does not have it. Not on the tile itself, right? The tile map size is on which? Is it on the layer? I mean, that's what we were just looking for, right? Tile map size, yes, I know there is tile map size. But this is not what I need. I need the tile map grid size. This is what I need. This is what I need. But this is not the on the on the tile itself. It's on the grid layer, which kind of makes sense. But still, without the inspector, I don't know how to find this information. Did you look at the source code to find that out? Is it enough if you look at the tile map docs? Wait, oh, is it from bevy ECS tile map, not from LDTK then? Okay, well, I did not use ECS tile map before. I would assume that we don't have the... But, I mean, bevy ECS tile map is only for rendering though. So why does it make sense? It just so happens, I think, that for this level specifically, the integer grid also has a rendering to it. But it's not always the case, so potentially that there can be an integer grid. So let me do this. Here's my level. I'm going to create a new layer. And I'm going to create a new integer grid layer that does not even have the textures to it, right? So am I going to spawn the bevy ECS tile map then for this one? I guess I am, because there's still the color. Yeah, there is still... his thing is still there. But I don't trust it still. I feel like relying on this thing to be there from bevy ECS tile map is not very reliable, because the ECS tile map is used for rendering, and potentially this thing is not going to be rendered, right? Anyway, okay, that's fine, that's fine. So what we're going to do is to find the layer. Layer is query. And then this is like int grids, cells, layers. For layers, we're going to query the tile. What was it called again? It's not the tile map grid size. It says tile map is more for than just rendering it, but it needs to render something. There is no point to a custom render if it just spawn individual entities with a normal render. I don't know. I feel like I would like to have this grid not being rendered. If I do this, what happens? If I hide this layer, because I want to have this data, but I don't want it to be rendered, you know, just for some metadata on my level. Okay, maybe. Tile map grid size. We need to import that. Why can I not import that? But I mean, so here's the thing. I don't have bevy ECS tile map in my dependencies. I only have bevy ECS LDTK, right? That's why I was. That's also why I was not looking at the tile map. So does this mean that I need to add cargo add bevy ECS tile map? Although I think it should be like re-exporting it. No? Now I'm going to wait for Clippy. It's very clear about being based on the tile map. yeah, I know, but then I looked at the tile map and I thought it was used only for rendering, right? So why would I use some data from the tile map? So yeah, I know that they use it for rendering, right? But I don't want to render. I want to know the information about my tiles. LDTK. Yeah, they don't re-export it. Okay, bevy ECS tile map. Tile map. Wait, so where is the tile map grid size even from? Tile map grid size. Can you import this? Okay, thank you. Okay, from the layer, I only want the tile map grid size, right? Okay, for parent chords cell in cells iterate. We're going. So this is just for. So yeah, we need to find the parent layer. Let layer. Tile the grid size is layers get parent get. I mean, technically it should be there. I could just unwrap here, right? This should exist. I have to solve the sea of friends problem we never solved, which is what? I'm way too focused on the just for ending. Yeah, I mean, I just like I'm not even focused. What happened is I used the LDTK plugin, and yes, they do say that the tile map is used, but like, how do I know that I need to look further into that if the description says that it's just for rendering? So I'm not focused. It's just like it's the description that led me on the wrong path, which made me think that I should look into the LDTK instead of doing looking into tile map. Using the inspector, it was a good suggestion though. I should use that more often, I guess, because we are in scripting land now, not in the typed land. Okay, grid size is something that I have. Okay. All right. So now we're going to match cell value. Wait, there's going to be 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I also don't like that I need to like specify the integer value of this instead of doing block slope LT, slope RT, slope RLB. I know that there is a way to get this information, but I mean, maybe that's what we do. Hold on. Maybe that's what we do. Let's run again. Cargo run. I need to find that information so that I can match on the actual like names instead of on the numbers. The cell itself only has the number to it. The information is stored in the layer. So I am imagining that the layer in entity will have a component that has this information, the mapping from integers into the strings. Wait, so okay, why, since I added the bevy ECS tile map, I already had it as a dependency, right? Why do I need to recompile everything? Compilation issue is also a very big issue. How long since I have started looking into wall collisions? I think it has been at least an hour, right? I mean, it's fine. I'm using stuff for the first time, but still. I know what I want to do, but I don't know how to do it. Okay, let's start making the things, right? So I'm going to use the rapier. The rapier collider has the polyline collider. I'm going to try using that. I tried using the tri-mesh before, by the way. This also did not work really well. Polyline. So yeah, we have the vertices and we have the indices. And also, looking at this, either a tile map or a LTK should have a feature for a pure collider with this built in. I agree. Or maybe there should be like a different plugin that is like, I don't know, bevy LDTK collider or something. But then again, like how, like we need to specify the form of this, because inside the LDTK itself, you don't really know that this is the form of a triangle, right? So maybe something that I'm going to write right now can be made into a crate for other people to use at some point. But I'm going to write it inside the game for now. Or maybe such a plugin already exists, I don't know. Like, but this crate would need to allow a user to specify the shape of every int grid cell, basically, right? That's how you do it. That's the API that we have. For every int grid cell, we specify the form, and then it creates the collider for the level automatically, right? Like we are over here registering the bundle, but I'm going to render to register for that this int grid cell is going to have this like collider, and then but then it's not the collider really, because I'm going to like merge the colliders together. I don't know. Okay, the polyline is going to have the list of vertices and the list of indices. Here's another question, right? What happens if the indices is none? This documentation says nothing about it. Why is this indices optional? And then there's also like next to the polyline, there is the tri-mesh, which is like working the same way, but over here the indices are not optional. So the tri-mesh is list of triangles. So this is a vector of 3 indices, because you need 3 points for a triangle. And for polyline, this is list of segments. So every segment is 2 indices, right? So yeah, a list of 2 indices as we have here. But this thing is optional, and this thing is not optional. Why? And this is where I'm going to need to look at Perry, right? Because that's what we have here. Polyline new. Yeah, so over here the indices are optional. I feel at some point CS LDTK should not need to do any more work than provide an asset loader. I don't know yet. I don't know. I'm using stuff for the first time. Maybe everything that I'm complaining about is like not a problem. It's only a problem because I'm using it for the first time. So okay, why is this optional? Let's understand. Unwrap or else collect. All right, I see. So it's literally just if we don't provide the indices, then we are going to connect every single point together. Okay. In a polyline. Makes sense, but that's not what I want. I want literally every segment to be separate. Okay. So we're going to create vertices here. I guess for every layer. Okay, first of all, what we need to do is to have a hash map. Layer map is going to be a hash map from the layer, which is an entity, right? Into like the list of cells, right? Or I mean all the data that I need to construct, right? So like collider builder. Let's create a struct like that. Struct collider builder. And let's see. So over here I'm going to do builder is a layer, I mean map entry for parent or default. Wait, this thing does not have the default method. This is a hash map not from std. This is from hash brown, and they don't have the ability to insert or default or insert with default. That's how we can do it, right? Okay. All right. So now I have the builder. You're not wrong. Discoverability of components is an issue that could be handled better, but I don't know how. But I don't know in what other paradigm is it handled well. Like Unity for sure, and doing it better. Yeah, sure. STD is hash brown too, so that's the funniest part. Yeah, why the pure functional programming? Yeah, I think when when I'm writing regular Rust, I don't have any problem with discoverability. I think ECS makes it hard. Will I have fun playing a performance game engine with pure functional programming? Yeah, I mean performance. Okay, I get the performance benefits of the ECS, but honestly, I don't care much because the games that I'm making, they are small and they don't need that performance. I could literally make my game in Python. The reason I'm using Rust is because of the reliability, and when I'm using this engine specifically, it feels like I am giving up all that Rust power and I'm back in Python world. But I do get performance, okay. So you don't use Rust for ECS, you use Go for ESC? For ECS? Okay, we have the builder. What do I need to do? What do I need to do? Passenger component system for game programming. Is there any like game made using this? Games article? What is this? Tic-tac-toe? I don't know. When I was looking into Haskell to make games in Haskell, yes, you can write performant game code, but it's like it's not Haskell at this point if you're trying to write performant code in a pure functional programming language. Ding 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 ding. World. Okay, what we were looking for? We were looking for level 0, children, integer grid, and we were looking into layer metadata. No, it's not layer metadata. Name, parent, tile storage. Wait, where is it? Where is... For this layer, there is the information that the names. Where is this names? It's not there? Is it in the world? Level set. Children, no. Is it on the level? No, because like this is the property of the integer grid layer. So where is it? It's not there. It's not loaded by the ECS LDTK plugin. Dun, 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 dun. I don't see it. So okay, so I need to actually rely on the integers then, and not on the names. No way to get names instead of integers. Okay, maybe I will look into that later. Maybe I will make a pull request. You know, we need to contribute to bevy people. Maybe we provide them with names. Although I don't know if they even want that. But I feel like it would be a good thing to write instead of numbers, right? To write actual names. Or maybe it's there, but I don't see it. Okay, one is a block, right? Okay, 2 is slope LT. 3 is slope RT. 4 is slope LB. This slope RB. So the benchmark is insert and loop performance. Can find the reference in other ECS used either. Bam, 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 bam. Okay. So we're going to create 4 points, right? Corners. It's going to be 4 points. It's going to be vec. It's not going to be vec2. We're going to use top tuples here. The corners. Okay. X, Y, X plus W, Y, plus W, Y plus W, plus H, X, Y plus H. Those are the 4 corners, but we need to figure out what is X, Y, W, and H, right? X, Y we get from the coordinates. grid coordinates x, y. Those are integers. Okay. So this is the x and y. And now we need to figure out what is w and h, right? And this we get from grid size. Tile map grid size. X is w, y is h. Is grid size. Okay. Right? But one of them is floating point. Wait. Is tile map is floating point for some reason? Oh, it's because it's from the tile map. The tile map can have a floating point, but inside in LDTK, this is actually is an integer always. Okay. I want to kind of convert this into an integer. And I need to make sure, so I'm going to use try into unwrap. Right? Wait, there is no try into. Okay. Whatever, I'm not going to check then. Let's do as. Okay, because I'm going to use that in a hash map, I think. So those are the corners. And I'm going to do. And I'm going to basically do in indices for this specific block is going to be equal. For the block, we're going to do 4 corners, so like 0, 1, 2, 3. No, we're going to add segments, right? We add segment 0, 1. Don't need to multiply x and y by w and h. Oh, you're right, you're right. I think you're right. Okay, LT. By the way, what is LT? LT is this. Slope to the left from the top, which means that it is this thing. So I'm going to use a 0, 1, 2. Slope RT is going to be 0, 1, 3. Slope LB, just make sure it's this thing. Okay, so it's going to be 1, 2, 3. Slope RB is going to be 0, 0, 2, 3. Okay, so now that we have this, otherwise we do continue. Well, actually, this thing should be unreachable because that's the only 5 values that we have. All right, so now that we have this list, we're going to convert this into the thing, right? So for the layer, on every layer, we're going to have hash map. Okay, I don't know, edges is going to be hash map from two integers into all the connections that we have is going to be a hash set of 2 integers, like that. So what are we going to do here? So this is me for creating a loop, right? And then we're going to convert this into actual like connections. We're going to do for I in 0 to loop indices length A is loop indices I. B is loop indices I plus 1 length. Okay. Is there a better way to do this? Okay, now I have 2 indices, and I'm going to use those indices to index the corners. Those are U sizes, by the way, not I32s, so I can index into this easily. So I'm going to have A is corners A, B is corners B. So now I have those actual like things, and I'm going to have a builder, edges, entry for A or default. Wait, there is or default. Why did I not have or default completion before? Or default. It is there. I think it's just the Rust analyzer. Then to use B-tree map up to 1000 since it has far better performance for simple types. No expensive hashing needed. Is it faster? Really? I mean, I'm just storing numbers here, right? I tend to only use the B-tree map if I have something that actually needs to be sorted, though. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, like I said already, I think, but I'm not really interested in the performance too much. You know, I only do it when it's needed. If that's really an optimization, then I feel like it is unneeded optimization right now, unless it is. I think it's interesting. Yeah, it is interesting. Like, why would it be? If it is so okay. So if the size is 1000, then it means that inserting a new one is going to be the logarithm of 1000, which is what? Which is 10, right? That's like the complexity of the algorithm of inserting one element on the B-tree map of size 1000 is going to be like 10, right? But for hash map is 1. So does it mean that hashing is usually 10 times slower for you? Slower than what? I think it really depends on the size of the structure that you're putting into. Yes, I know that. It is ignoring. Yes. I think it really depends like on the structure, but you are saying that you are always doing it out to 1000 elements, but it really depends on what you actually put into the structures, right? If it's just an integer, just a single integer. You did clarify with simple types? Okay. So if you just put an integer, it's still going to be faster? That's interesting. Okay, so for this, I'm going to add an edge from A to B. Right? I'm going to add an edge for A to B. And then, after everything here is done, I'm going to iterate over everything for layer and builder in layer map into iterator. I mean, I just do this, right? You have the layer and the collider builder here. Do I have the commands? Yes, I have the commands. So I'm going to spawn. I'm going to spawn transform bundle identity. I'm going to parent set parent to be the layer, right? So that's how we actually get the non-identity transform, by having it as a child of the layer. And we're going to have collider polyline vertices indices. Okay, so now we need to figure out what are the vertices and what are the indices, right? So the vertices is actually builder edges keys. So this should have vec2s in there, I guess. Map xy vec2 xy, right? And also this is going to be hold on, I also need an index from an actual point, right? I'm going to just do is copied and collect that, but over here I'm going to do vertices into iterator map, then collect that by converting from xy to vec2 xy, because this needs to be floating point numbers and those are just integers, right? Okay, and now we do need to construct the indices. And by doing, and to do that, I need to remove the edges that are going into both ways, like I was saying before, right? So like if we have a tile and we have an adjacent tile, we need to remove that thing, basically. And this happens when we have an edge going up and an edge going down. So if that happens, we need to remove it. So we first need to modify our edges here. For A out in edges, for B in out, if edges get B, or false, B out, B out contains A. Okay, so basically for every edge that goes from A to B, if there is also an edge that goes from B to A, then we're going to not count that edge, basically. To remove push AB. Okay. So we have like calculated the things that we're going to remove, and then we're going for AB into remove. I'm going to do edges get mute A unwrap remove B, and I'm going to assert that this actually like happened, right? Because remove is going to return true. Returns where the value was present in the set. Yeah, because like I have removed something that actually existed there. Okay, so now that we have removed all the edges that we don't need, we just convert those into indices, right? So indices is going to be edges into iterator flat map A out. Out into iterator. Map move B. A, B. Okay. Something like that, but we also need to convert A and B into actual indices, right? So how do we do that? By the way, what are the indices? They are U32 for some reason, instead of being U sizes, but okay. Indices, it's some indices. Okay, so A and B, they both need to be converted. So A is vertex to index A, and B is vertex to index B. And we need to construct this vertex to index. Vertex to index is hash map from vertex to index. And this is equal to vertices, iterate, copied, enumerate, map, index, vertex, vertex, index, collect. Okay, so now that I have this, index should be converted into U32 because that's what they use for indices, right? Okay. Expected type file variant 1. Okay, hold on. Over here we need to do this. Okay. Cannot move out of vertex to index? Yeah, I mean, I don't really want to move. I need to move that. To force the closure of ownership of A. Yeah, this is exactly it. I need to move the vertex to index. I need to move A, but not move vertex to index. So vertex to index is going to be a reference of vertex to index, and then I can use the move. Okay, fine. So I have spawned the collider, and I have spawned this transform. Do I need to spawn anything else? Let's find out. I have written something that did compile, but will it work? Imagine this is going to work for the first time. Corners does not need to be mutable. That's true. Hold on. That's true. No need to be mutable. So this is something that I feel like is very useful. Hold on. I did see some things. Let's how do I look at it? Spawn wall collision. I set the gravity to be 0 maybe, just so that I can look at the thing, because I did see some triangles on the screen. Also, we can try like spawning the collisions without like canceling out the edges, right? So I can comment this thing out. But I don't think it's needed. So I only have the collisions for the triangles. And they are also offset. Why are they offset? I don't have the collisions for the actual thing. What's the word that would unite enemies and allies, but not the player? What do you mean unite? Make them not be enemies anymore? Or do you mean like in code? Units? Describe both. I mean, if it's... What is it? A unit? If it's like... Seems like the coordinate is in the center of the tile. Yeah, maybe. I will... Yeah. Yeah. So I can fix that. But why don't I see any collisions for the boxes, though? That's the issue. So we're almost working here. It's almost working. The coordinate is in the center. So this means that X and Y... Let's take the grid size. And let's do the transform from... oh, by the way, this is the layer, right? From transform, grid size, transform from translation, -vec3 new, grid size X, grid size Y 0, divide by 2, right? That's what I want. Okay, so that's how we fix the positions, but why don't I see the thing for the block, right? I feel like we are working here, almost. But the blocks are not working. Let me remove this logic that cancels out things. Maybe we cancel too many things, but that should not be the case. Actually, in fact, it's weird. I feel like this is a hack because I don't understand something. I am currently assuming that the bottom left of the level is 0, 0. And that the top right is width multiplied by grid size, you know, and stuff like that. It seems like the bottom left of the level is not 0, 0, because otherwise I would not need to do this transformation to put the triangle into place. Right? Okay, where are my collisions? Ding ding, bing, ding, ding, bing, bing, bing. Where are my blocks? Why do I have everything but the blocks? Anyone explain that? Also, I want to save this level again because that temporary level that I had. Also, Davey sent me a new level, right? Davey? Yeah. Let me use the new level also. Soft Vibe 3. Wait. Davey, are you sure that you drew this yourself, or did you come up with this name yourself? Why is the texture called Soft Vibe? Okay, actually, I don't see any... Wait, this is impossible though. Why not? I don't know. It feels like a generic name that I would download from the web. I usually put some other names, I guess. Wait, where did I put it? Yeah, I literally do not see my printer lens, right? Which means that I don't even see any blocks. Is that possible? I need to debug the cell values. Soft Vibe 3. Save. The level. Okay, Industrial V2, we can delete that now, right? Okay, let's see the new level. And let's debug the cell values. Any Blender nerds in chat? What is your question? I mean, sometimes Raymarch over here is in chat. Raymarch is the Blender nerd, I think. Yeah, okay. Still see the triangle. Ding ding. Why is this? I don't see... I see only 3, 4, and 2. And no 1. Where are my cells? Who stole my cells from the level? Hello? Who stole my level? Wait, JV, maybe you don't have it? Can I see the actual values over here? I want to show the actual numbers inside this thing. Oh, and you did the auto-tiling, the proper auto-tiling. That's POG. Right? There are still some like issues, but you can add that later. Am I on the wrong layer? Like it interacts only with the triangles, but this is this is all. We only have one layer. We have one layer with entities, one layer with the grid. So I do see the slopes, but I don't see the block for some reason. Wait, Davey, why is block black and all of the other things red? Does that make any sense? Is that the reason? I like the new art, yes. It's good. Why not? They're all slopes, so all the slopes are red. Should I probably change? No, I don't know. What is it? I mean, why would you change anything? I just don't understand what is the color difference. Did you like set the color? Right? It's like the color that you can set here and that's it. Okay. So it should not matter for my loader. I mean, why do I not see the cells with value 1? That is the question, you know? I'm debugging all the cells that I'm inspecting and I don't see the cell with the 1. Oh wait, I think this is why. Because I have registered the in cell. So because I registered that, it's not going to spawn the regular in-grid cell and it's going to replace it with the block bundle. I think. So I need to remove that code and that's going to work. I think. I think they said so in the documentation actually, right? Bevy LECS LDTK. If we have so if you are using the derive, on your bundles to hook into entity spawning process. So yeah, see, we are hooking into the spawning process. You can also implement this trace manually. There are some field attributes, or you can query. There are two options. Okay, so those options, they are not like they're like mutually exclusive. It's either this or that, is how they are saying here, right? So this option is like for deriving, this option is for this, but if I use this, then this cannot be used. Okay, that's probably it. Let's run. Okay, if it's going to work right now, that's POG. That is us finishing with the level. And you see how easy this was? Like, writing this code that actually like creates the thing is very easy. So the most of the time was just me like discovering like how do I load the level and read it. This was too hard. And usually it's easy when I use Rust crates. I blame ECS. I don't know what else to blame. Okay, see, I have the collider. I have the collider. And it's working. You see this? You see this? This was very easy. It's usually easy when you use game engines. Well, I usually use my own game engine, so I don't really know. This is the first time I actually use a game engine. So yeah, I cannot really compare to Unity. It's probably better than Unity, right? I usually use my own engine, which is also bad. So but Nerdzel, for example, is also using my engine, and they said that they like it more than using Bevy. But I don't know. Does my engine have the discoverability issue, Nerdzel? Unity might have a built-in for this, or a plugin. My engine has no features. That's true. What's to discover? Yeah, I guess so. My engine has no engine. Yeah, that's right. That's right. You usually call these things frameworks. I think even Bevy should not be called an engine. It should be called a framework, right? Okay, we spawned this. Let's do the gravity to be not zero and try playing the game. Okay. I think now that the level loading works properly, if you want me to add more shapes, Davey, because right now I only have the block and the slopes, right? New shapes are not going to be working. We're going to crash if there's going to be a new shape that you're going to add. So, but I feel like this is all we really need, right? It's more engine with how opinion entity and measures entities for you. Well, we're not using the ECS approach usually. So I think, yeah, I am comparing the ECS approach to the non-ECS approach mostly. That's why I'm blaming ECS for my failures. Okay, I have forgot to spawn one thing because the layer, so this thing that is we spawn, this needs to trigger side effect trigger. This thing that we need to do side trigger, which is going to trigger the sides and make me jump. The issue seems to be that plugins introduce hidden systems that do some stuff without you necessarily permitting them explicitly. Yeah. I mean, maybe. I don't know. But then like initializing the plugin is so easy, right? You just like initialize it. You don't really know what it does, I guess. Yeah, I think it's the implicitness that ruins things. I think we like being more explicit here. By the way, David, do you think that we should be able to climb this using our, like, should I be able to climb this slope? Yes? Okay, so then we can like just try changing this stuff, like acceleration. Is this going to fix it? I think I need to change the friction then for this to work, right? Or no? I don't know, because like using jump, I don't think I can do it. In your engine, you just write all the function calls yourself and hopefully compose functions instead of manipulating the whole game state all the time. Yes, but because you do it explicitly, you at least know what's there, right? So yeah, there's this trade-off. We do it too explicitly, which makes it like a little hard to compose stuff, and they make it really easy to compose stuff, but then you don't really know what's happening. You can only get this with the thing. I think the problem though with I think it's better to be explicit, because whenever you are going to refactor, or whenever like the plugin is going to be updated, I need to be following all those updates, right? Because they are going to break things for me because they are implicit now. And if we're doing it explicitly, then like my code will stop compiling instead. Which is easier for maintaining like stuff. I'd also call it an engine due to all the features it has, like a full render, animation player, audio system, render graph, scene loading. Yeah. So yeah, okay. My engine cannot be called an engine because we don't really have the scene graph or stuff. My engine is more like microquad, I think. Did you try microquad? Okay, I don't know. Nerdsel, you are trying your experiment. Let's see how that's going to work for you. How am I going to make the player go up the slopes, Davey? What do you think? Because like the physics is not really going to let me do it. Right? You think just jump? But how do I jump? There's the ceiling basically. So you want the jump to be working differently then. This ceiling is preventing me from jumping. And it's not very easy to control myself in the air anyway. So I can like, for example, let's change the config, right? The jump impulse, let's change this to be like 50. So my jump is not going to be this high, right? Then I can do it. Yeah, I mean, yeah, the level design should work with the configuration of the things. I have gone through 4 bevy updates now, which also means every plugin updates. It was always a breeze to update the plugins I have released and my game, at least when I don't rewrite the plugin at the same time. So nothing really breaks when you update, right? I guess that's because those plugins that you use, they don't really like create this like breaking features that where you like need to spawn a new component for the thing to work, for example, right? Or does this happen sometimes? I don't know. Like we did this refactoring earlier, right? Where I needed to spawn I needed my player to have a new component to it. Otherwise it will not work. And sometimes this can happen in a plugin, I feel like, right? So how do you know about that? You need to read through the change logs, right? Instead of letting the code check itself using static analysis that we have in Rust, you need to read through changelogs manually. I guess that works, but okay. There are breaking changes, for breaking bevy updates, but yes, most of the time components etc. stay the same, but bevy API changes. Okay. I feel like the biggest issue that I have is not the API changes, because the API, if it changes, that my code will stop compiling, right? But if the components change, then it's going to still compile, but it's not going to work anymore. And that's the problem. Okay, I think we're going to be done for today. Davey, now the thing is working. You can work on the level, like the collisions are working. You can try changing the configuration, right? And tell me what numbers should we have. Okay. So I think it's going to be it for me for today. So this is going to be new level POG, and this is going to be okay. So now we got rid of this copy pasta and created our own collider. By the way, I do really think that this way of doing the collider is something that is very useful for a lot of games, right? So I feel like this way of doing it should be extracted into a plugin or whatever. But how would I go about extracting this for plugin? Right? Maybe we'll look into that sometime. All right. Polyline level collider. Okay, push. Let me just publish it too. And let's see. I understand your issue, but it's not one I noticed much at all, so I don't know what to respond to it. Yeah. Well, at least you understand it, so like it's not an issue that I imagined for myself, right? But maybe it's because, so what did you do for, like, before you were using Bevy? You were using other game engines, right? I did not use other engines at all. I have always been like writing my own custom stuff. For plugin, you would probably store the conversion info in the plugin struct. Yeah, exactly. I think that's how you do it. Like, you create a map for like the in-cell map into like this, like, so like this match statement, right? This match statement, this goes into the configuration block, right? You did a bit of Godot and Unity, but mostly non-game dev programming. Okay, so like Godot is not ECS based. So what do you think about that? I think you have the experience to like compare it with Godot then, or was it like not enough experience compared to ECS? Because Godot is like traditional OOP, I feel like, right? That's what people told me. I didn't really try it yet. Okay, this guy is doing Bevy Gem. Godot is fake OP. Okay, well, it's not ECS at least, so we can compare the ECS to the non-ECS, right? Also, Lenmo. Wait, I don't remember. You said that you are not participating in the gem yourself, right? I don't have that much, but from what I know, I much prefer the ECS paradigm. It's far easier and to make things generics and be dry. Okay. Okay. No, I understand. I like the fact that it was very easy. Yes. It was indeed very easy for me to split things into different systems. I just feel like the dynamic part of the ECS is what makes it very easy for me to make a bug. No time, no participating. He started the timer again. I mean, yeah. Yeah. Alright. This is going to be it. Thank you guys for joining in. We do more progress tomorrow. I feel like we have made good progress today. Did my publish work? Okay, yeah, the publish works, so you can like try out the game again if you want to. I can put this secret link into chat, right?
How do I get a string from